as he reshuffled his cabinet on Wednesday. Former Environment, Climate Change and Forestry CS, who's been moved to the Health Ministry, replacing Deborah Barasa, who'll now take up his role, has taken to X, saying he's deeply grateful to the president for his trust and confidence. Ndwale said it was an honor to serve as the Ministry of Environment, where he advanced key environmental and climate action policies. He pledged to remain committed to working with relevant stakeholders in driving government policies that strengthen the delivery of accessible and quality healthcare services to all Kenyans. President Ruto also nominated the widow of the late Baringo Senator William Cheptumo, Hannah Wendot, as the CS Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. The IEBC selection panel will today proceed with interviews for the candidates shortlisted for the position of member of the commission, an exercise that will conclude on April the 25th. Last evening, the Dr. Nelson Makanda-led panel concluded interviews for the 11 candidates shortlisted for position of chairperson. Here's Makanda speaking to reporters after the exercise.
Having successfully completed the process of interviewing the chairperson, the panel wishes to reaffirm its commitment to the continued conduct of the remaining recruitment process with the utmost impartiality, fairness, and transparency. We extend our sincere gratitude to Kenyans who have participated by following the proceedings and the interest that they have demonstrated.
Makanda further asked applicants for member of the IEBC to carry valid clearance certificates from relevant government agencies, including the Higher Education Loans Board.
We wish to once again remind all shortlisted candidates to bring current and valid clearance certificates from the DCI, from HELP, from KRA, from ESCC, and from Q, particularly for those who have degrees that were earned outside the country. Alongside, we request that they bring valid credit reference bureau clearances.
He also invited the public to avail in writing under oath by memorandum any information of interest with respect to the suitability of any of the shortlisted applicants.
We ask that this comes to us at least 5 days before the interview date so that we are able to furnish the applicant with the same memoranda for their response. The memoranda may be forwarded to the chairperson of the selection panel using the addresses provided for on the website and in the adverts that have gone there before, or may be dropped in as a registered mail or hand-delivered mail between 8 and 5 p.m. at our offices.
Former Kiambu Governor Ferdinand Wairimu spent the night in prison after the High Court pushed the determination of his bond by almost a month. On March the 3rd, Wairimu, who was sentenced to 12 years in prison or a 53.5 million shillings fine, applied for bond, but Justice Lucy Njuguna dismissed his request. On Wednesday, he applied for a fresh bond pending the hearing of his appeal. Justice Njuguna said she'll make a ruling on whether to allow Wairimu to amend his application on the 23rd of April. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced new import taxes of 25% on cars and car parts coming into the U.S. in a move that threatens to widen the global trade war. Trump said the latest tariffs would come into effect on Wednesday next week, with charges on businesses importing vehicles starting the next day. Here's President Trump speaking in the Oval Office.
We're going to take back just some of the money that has been taken from us by people sitting behind this desk or another desk that's not quite as nice. And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe, and frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Ile kamati yenu ya ujenzi, mimi nitakuwa member. Kuanzia, sindio? Kwa sababu naona kuna kazi bado inatakana ifanyike hapa. Na siombi ruhusa ya mtu. Mimi ni mwana IEBC. Sindio? Na mimi nimefundisha vizuri taratibu ya IEBC. So nitafuata, and we are going to work with you to complete this charge. So shetani na watu wake wanaweza kukasirika wakitaka, lakini tutajenga kanisa.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine we're here. Oi. Good morning. Good morning. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Mimi niko salama kabisa.
Usiku ulikuwa mzuri?
Well, it was an interesting one. Let's just put it like that. I just, I slept yesterday. Because remember how I told you guys I slept like 2 hours the day before? So that by the time it was getting to 11 o'clock, I was like a zombie. But the funny thing is that when I thought I was going to just go home and lie down. It did not happen.
You went home and what happened? First of all, did you go home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then what
direct. And then there was one thing to do after the another. There was an email to send. There was something to read. There was Justin Muturi to look at. There was, cabinet reshuffle, then or reappointment, and then there was IEBC. Kidogo, it's 4 o'clock. Next thing you know, it's 8. That's how it was.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. It's the president's fault.
That is how you wanted it to be.
It's the president's fault. If he had just relaxed, then I would have gone home and I would have slept. Come back. But he decided, let's move things around.
Yeah.
So then speculation started and analysis began and started reading this, that, the other thing, And that's how the thing went. So my sleep deficit, we need to have a discussion with State House.
Someone decides to watch TV and the TV isn't borrowed, it's hers. So if she switches it on, it can remain on. If it is off, it can remain off. Now, she just stopped short of blaming the TV for being there. Okay, sawa tu. It's the TV.
Inakwanga hivyo saa zingine.
Kwa hivyo, but blame State House anyway.
Yeah. I mean, come on, easy target, why not?
Yeah.
Low hanging fruit for blame. Having established that, Nini, muko salama, Dennis?
Kabisa.
You're fine?
Yeah, jana I went for iftar with the Muslim journalists. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Caught up with a few individuals I haven't seen for a while.
Oh, that's
really,
great.
Really great, yeah.
Fantastic.
Mkasalamiwa sana na chairman wa Media Council, Mr. Omoyo. Msalamia sana.
Asante sana, David.
Yes.
There's a shout out to David Omoyo doing the Lord's work. Good morning to you, sir. City Muga?
Yes.
Na wewe uko aje?
Nashukuru niko mzima.
Uko mzima?
Yes.
Unaonekana hivyo.
Kuna dalili
dalili ya mvua.
Mawingu.
Yes.
Ndio. Na Ednah uko aje? Let me share a tip about it. I think we share a tip about Ednah. Ednah walks on her tippy toes.
She does.
Yes, she does. Yeah. Have you noticed?
No.
Ednah walks. Next time you see her, watch.
If you watch carefully, you'll find that she has a spring. Literally a spring.
Literally a spring in her step.
Unlike the rest of us, we just shuffle.
I know. She just responded.
Yeah, she's learning. She said, when you stay with babies, you have to learn how to walk softly. To walk on your tip. You can't just be stamping about anyhow like an elephant. Yeah. Essentially. Yeah. That's it. Everybody's okay this morning and getting into it. Karibuni sana. It's already the 26th of March. 27th of March. It's Children's... No, that's May 27th. Children's Day in many countries is celebrated on the 27th of May. Anyway, here we are, and a number of conversations that we will be having this morning. How about we let you know what those will be? Sawa. Before we get into things this morning, and... we will have a conversation this morning round about 7. My phone is dark. Why are things dark? We don't want them to be dark. No. Sorry, don't be angry. Okay, so we will have a conversation this morning at 7 a.m. with the Honorable Doris Mwirigi. We'll be talking, it is Justice Thursday after all. We'll be looking at the administration of justice in Tribunal's Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. The Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, we're going to find out exactly, we've had a bit of a conversation around this before, but we'll be looking then exactly into what they do, and she'll be talking to us about many of those issues. And she is the Vice Chairperson, Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. She joins us at 7 a.m. for our Justice Thursday conversation. Nominated Member of Parliament, the Honourable Sabina Shege, will join us then at 8 o'clock, and we'll be talking about the future of the mountain. All right? Since things have more or less, they're still settling in terms of the broad-based government, and the mountain has always been in full view in terms of what's going to happen. It's always what's been traded on, decided upon, decided for. So we'll be talking about that with her.
Organized, disorganized.
Exactly. Poor Mount Kenya, everybody's just always using it for this, that, the other thing. And then we're going to round things out at 9 o'clock with a conversation with two gentlemen, Dr. Maina wa Gaidhuro and Michael Soy. We'll be looking at education crisis and what is actually ailing our universities. We saw a number of things come out of the courts yesterday. The funding model, universities and students, what it means for them. We'll look at some of those stories today. And the varsity funding model also comes back into play, coming from the courts. There were a number of things that happened yesterday, and so we'll be talking about that from university level. Education is something that's always in our foresight, not just hindsight, and we need to have that conversation. So they will join us for that at 9 o'clock. So it'll be great to have these conversations with you as we get into it. Looking at a number of those conversations, always good to have you in the room, and we'll just say hello to you in just a little bit. Talking about some of the things that necessary for us to keep abreast of when it comes to the nation and some of those issues. So we're going to say hello to you in a minute. Those of you who've already clicked in and logged on to our live streams, which incidentally are up on Facebook, on YouTube, and on X. So karibuni sana. Just before we say hi to you, you know what? You can imagine this morning, because you're soon going to be taking a bite of your favorite breakfast, whether it's hot, or you're going to be sinking into something cold later. Now imagine biting into your favorite foods again without the fear of pain. It's ice cream, it's hot coffee, whatever it is, just the way you like it. You don't have to imagine that anymore, because Sensodyne is here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity. No more holding of your jaw and writhing in pain. And how do we know this? Because Sensodyne is the #1 brand recommended by dentists, and we're also here to remind you that a happy mouth is a happy mind, and you don't have to worry about tooth sensitivity anymore with Sensodyne for tooth sensitivity relief and everyday oral health. Sawa. All right. So we know that you guys are already in the room. Our live streams are coming in. And even as we say hello to you, let's kick it off this morning. If I can find you, it would be great. No? The thing has refused. Okay, so let's see if we can find you guys here. Sawa. All right, many people clicking into the room this morning, and we can see you. I'll just have to turn this way. Good morning from Dayton, Minnesota. Is Cyprian Kambuni, and he says hello. Jimmy Munuthi is also tuned in. Karibu to you this morning. And Jimmy Gakio says good morning from good morning, Team Kubwa. Don Salbo says the botched Musalia trip to South Sudan. CT, was there an intelligence lapse? Good morning to CT and Dennis. Was there an intelligence lapse?
No, I wouldn't know really.
I wouldn't know.
You know, what you're calling botched, was it postponed? Was because to assume that there was some intelligence lapse, you also need to assume that there was some in intelligence provided that influenced that particular. Whatever it was, whether it was a postponement, whether it was conflicting assignments and engagements, whatever the reason.
Yeah.
The bottom line in these matters is there's what we know in the public domain, and then there's what actually happened.
Yep.
And we don't know.
We don't know, because then again it is intelligence.
Yes, we don't know.
Yeah, there's some
All
things
we know is that he didn't
go.
He didn't go.
That's it.
Well, we never know. And those are the things, I guess, either will or will not come to light. So we just have to wait and see kind of thing. All right. So taking greetings from some more of you this morning. I don't know what is wrong with this gadget. It's misbehaving.
Yours?
Yeah, so that I don't have to turn my head left, right, and center.
Knock it on the table.
I should knock it on the table, Abby. Look at that.
Normally helps.
Okay. So, saying hi to some more of you this morning and just getting those greetings in. Brian Oginga is saying Oyawe Ndu, and I answer how?
Oyawe.
Bas. How can one man be so poor in management while so good in politics? Where did our president learn management from? Ooh, that's a good question this morning. Also, Habari Zenu, Suko Salama, Kabisa, thank you for joining us this morning. Also, then, you didn't tell us your name, you just said Habari Zenu. Okay, but you're here anyway, so this is great. Also, you know what? It's annoying me. Okay. Hello, Princess Ndu City and Aseto. Kids in grade 9 are kids who were to go to Form 1. If not wrong, why keep them in primary where there are no facilities and can learn well in high school? This is what Leo is saying this morning. I know. This is one of the conversations that we've been having, for the longest time. Why can't we just get that sorted out? This forms part of our education conversation all the time. Georgia Dimo is tuned in from Rongo. And Agri Mawanya also says, good morning. Nyadi Chikwanzira says, Ndu, Yani, I have so much to say about my country, but I still wanted to come back home to my young family. Let me just send my greetings to you guys. Woi. Good morning to you, Nyadi. Esther Wamboy says greetings from Komarock. Good morning to you, Esther. Desmond Otis is also tuned in this morning. Good morning. Murkomen and Aidan Dwale will taste all the cabinet seats prior to 2027. Bernard is also saying good morning to you, Ednah. Well, okay, yeah, I know it's quite something, isn't it? When we're looking at those cabinet appointments and what exactly they portend for the country. All right, Carol Nyambura Natupenda Sana, good morning to you. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, Team Spice. Tune in from Portland in Oregon with love. Everyone I don't agree with is incompetent. Okay, sour. Robert Tobogo says, good morning from Ombaso. And Margaret Wanjohi is also tuned in this morning and locked in from Houston in Texas. And Jose Mahinda says, good morning. Good morning to you. Josh Ntayaya says, good morning. Happy to love you, Spice. I really love you guys for bringing discussions on board. Thank you so much. Chukapamoja says Pierre Wanjohi. Bernardito says good morning to everybody, and he says the cabinet will go down in history as the most reshuffled. This is the most reshuffled cabinet.
More than cards.
shuffled more than a deck of cards on a serious night at a casino on a poker table.
Yeah, in Vegas.
Are we saying it's a bad thing?
Well, I mean, shuffle as much as you like until you get the right fit. You don't have that long to go, man.
Yeah.
When are people actually going to settle down and do things? And I think that's some of the questions.
If you're not careful, you might just be the joke.
You know, the question we're asking as we sort of like back and forth on this matter is, how is government run? Can a ministry survive without a CS? We've actually seen the
Gender ministry.
And there was no CS, and it was fine.
Was it surviving?
It was fine.
The question that you want to ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, those are pertinent questions, definitely, in terms of then what's going to happen moving forward. It's just that you ask yourself, how many times can you shuffle? And when are people actually going to buckle down and get things done? You take a couple of steps into the race and then you find that, okay, we're halfway, and then somebody else is taking over the baton. When are you actually going to achieve, some results? These are some of the questions that folks are asking.
What I'm actually asking is it them who achieve results?
Well,
the one ministry where the minister seems to hold sway seems to be the Treasury. The things they say impact almost immediately. Another one is education.
Yeah.
Another one is health. But beyond that,
good question.
Interior, we usually have no idea what's happening unless we have disturbances somewhere.
And then you'll know, okay, something is happening in
defense.
Interior.
We have no knowledge whatsoever of what is happening. So,
well, good morning from Gatito, Giviri Youth Polytechnic in Nyeri, says Joseph Moneki. Good morning to you. Bwakire, good morning to you. And Danje Baraza, greetings, my lovely people. Wairimu, not yet in bed. Always great that you can click in here before you do. Nelson Amimo says, good morning. The word for today is yonderly. Mentally or emotionally distant, absent-minded, yonderly. I might just be yonderly later on today. Anyway, hard work must pay. This is true. Douglas Kibogong is asking CT how the DP party was formed. Nothing but a random thought this morning. Zachary Odeo is tuned in from Alego in Seha County. Good morning from to Team Spice. CS Muturi is the horse that wanted horns, the donkey that wanted horns and came back with torn ears.
Yeah.
Okay. Bachi is tuned in from Germany. And hello, happy to see you guys, says Yamo. For some reason, Desmond believes I'm shy. You're actually right. To an extent, I am. Don't be fooled by me behind the microphone. Charles Ndeka says, good morning, tuned in from Boston. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for being here with us. How he does management by objectives. This is what Margaret Wanjohi is saying. Abarizenu says, Christina, well, good morning to you too, Christina. Dennis Yama is also tuned in this morning from Doha. My prince, good morning. Can you bring John Buddy to tell us what he meant by the worst is coming? Well, here it is. I actually have some, and I took a picture of this specifically for this point today. Just give you some information real quick. Can I do it? It is somewhere here. 1, 2, 3. Amongst the many things that I was reading yesterday, this is what John Buddy essentially was saying when he made that statement. There's external debt maturities falling due between 2027 and 2036. Kenya needs to pay Eurobond in February 2028 of $1 billion. Kenya then in 2031 needs to pay $1.5 billion. Kenya also needs to pay then in 2032 $1.2 billion. In January 2034 needs to pay $1 billion. In February 2036 needs to pay $1 billion. The syndicated loans are about $960 million per annum. In 2025, Kenya needs to pay $1 billion, or $900 million comes to about 117 million shillings. That is what he meant by it is getting worse, just in case you didn't know. And it's going to come from taxpayers' money. It is going to come from, wherever else it can come from. But Kenya owes this money and it must be paid. So that's what he meant, essentially. And if we don't understand it, tough times ahead, essentially, is what he was saying. All right, let's go through quickly the rest of you. Onoka says, good morning, Team Spice, tuned in from Jumuiya Hospitals in Huruma. The movie and my drama in my country, crazy. All right, my take says, reshuffling has always been there. Amina Mohammed eventually found herself in the Ministry of Sport. Laughable, right? Tuned in from my Mahu is Paul Dete, and you're all looking fresh, waiting for the proverb of the day. It's coming, it's coming. Timothy Wanjala says, good morning, everybody. Tuned in. It is Timothy from Muranga. If I didn't get to you, doesn't mean I didn't see you, but we're all so happy to have you here every morning. Karibuni sana. Freshy is how we are told we're looking this morning. So there's a fresh proverb also from the basket from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Sindio City.
Yes. Very true. But do you know what the Sahel means?
No.
It means coast or shore in Arabic. Yes. Semi-arid is what we normally refer to it. Right. This region has, in the last 3 years, witnessed prevalent coups like probably no other region on the planet. I keep harping on this because the question that is asked about Africa and Africans and why it is where we are, the coups are very symbolic of why it is that forward movement is impossible. Because coups cause turbulence. Before anything settles, is turbulence. And unfortunately, economic progress is not made where there's a lot of turbulence. So long as there's turbulence, the dreams for the things that we hope would happen will remain just that, dreams. Right. Proverb. Today is Thursday, isn't it?
It is Thursday.
It's the 27th, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Before eating, open your mouth.
It's true. There's so many life lessons, but I just love the way they put it. Yeah. In order for one thing to happen, another must. It is impossible for something
to
happen.
There are things which by their very nature are consequential. One is consequential of the other if there's any such formation of a sentence in the English language.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like a causal effect. If this happens, then it is possible for something else to happen.
Somebody told me something. Before you reshuffle, check for competency.
Is that little detail? Is that little
Before
detail?
you eat, open your mouth.
But there is competence.
Yeah.
Who are we saying doesn't have competence? Believe me, in politics, you measure the competence of a politician often by how they are able to garner popularity and to maintain it. Okay? Because the garnering and the maintenance of it is what brings about the fruits of an election. Okay? That's politics. Then there's the other little detail of the running and the progression of making sure the country is run. That is a completely different kettle of fish. And it is why you have a public service. They are the worker bees. They are the ones who are mandated to ensure that the things that have been determined as policies are actually actualized.
Actualized. All right. Let's look into the headlines, shall we? Let me do the standard, then we'll take a break and come back and look at the rest. Sour, just looking at weather and traffic. But Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Ruto's blue-eyed boy. And there's a picture of now nominated Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale, who would, if his nomination goes through after being, vetted again by Parliament, will then become the CS Health. President William Ruto, for the umpteenth time, shuffled his cabinet yesterday. Whereas Justin Muturi was the biggest casualty, the president tapped Aden Duale, a man known for his exemplary delivery in the dockets he has previously held for the cartel-ridden health docket, an appointment that raises more questions than answers. So, he was in the Ministry of Defense, the military modernization program of 4.77 billion shillings for MRAP vehicles, drones and helicopters. He then went to the Ministry of Environment, where 500 billion shillings for a 10-year program for planting 3.5 billion trees under the government's restoration project. He now would go to the Ministry of Health, where 104 billion shillings actualization of Social Health Authority project of 30.9 billion shillings healthcare revival program after the aid freeze. So, William Ruto said he was firing my close friend, a trusted political lieutenant, yet he wanted me to speak, knowing fully well that I wasn't going to publicly confront him. He was speaking during the launch of Duale's book. Also, in this paper with headlines, Bang or a whimper, Muturi exits cabinet. Public Service CS called for his removal over disagreement with the president. Was it a wise move or a miscalculation? Only time will tell. Funding reprieve for universities and students. Well, health data carted away by US donor. So it brings into question data of individuals and exactly what the burden is. Is that one of the things that you part ways with when you actually get aid? We'll be looking into that. Shareholders' joy, bank in record profits. CT, one of your favorite stories in terms of,
subject matter.
Subject matter. That's what we have. See, we take 1 minute, look at the headlines.
Right.
Then we come back and look at the stories in detail.
1 minute.
Dennis,
all right,
go.
so let me go with the Daily Nation now. Showdown. President William Ruto finally fired Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi. We have student Spain as court reinstates contentious varsity funding model, and why Kenyan on death row in Saudi may be coming home soon. We'll be looking into that. And SHA for relief food. Officials aid conditions to starving families. Now, if you want food, you must have registered on SHA. And the face panel, three-phase panel, as it concludes interviews for chairpersons post that is all about IEBC. And the state pledges more funding for small traders as KRA plans reward scheme. CT?
Star. No, Business Daily.
Yep.
Wage bill grows fastest in 5 years despite hiring freeze. Was there a freeze? NCBA dividend rises as profits hit 21.8 billion. State pledges to give more cash to SMEs. Treasury wants KQ turnaround investor to upgrade JKIA. All right. Bang in the middle of the paper. No, before I get to bang in the middle of the paper, this one I have to read. Private hospitals get over half of 4.6 billion shift payment in shift. Okay? Government has made attempt. Private hospitals have gotten some money. Yeah, we'll talk to them and they can tell us how this is going to impact their business. Bang in the middle of the paper, Tanzania hits Kenya with egg, sausage, milk taxes. The tariff barriers threaten to reopen new round of EAC trade wars. The Star. Kenya on death row in Saudi Arabia to return home after 129 million blood money paid. Story on page 2. Is that not a good thing?
Very good thing.
It's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Kenyans feel the heat in Haiti as second police officer killed in ambush. Professor Indire, veteran educationist, envoy, and politician, dies at the age of 95. This man taught me at some point in the university. He did.
Wow.
He did. Right. Bang in the middle of the paper. Insiders say he provoked president by firing after incompetent remark. All right. Muturi fired as President Ruto makes changes in cabinet. And the changes are clear. That's it.
That's what it looks like. Okay, so at this point, let's take a break and see what's happening in the skies today and then down on land. Oh, that's in weather and traffic. And then we'll come back and look at some of these stories in detail, shall we? It is at 27 minutes to 7 o'clock. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Thursday.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions at 16 in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25 and we'll see highs of 25 as well, and a mostly clear Nakuru at 13. It is cloudy at 15 into Nyeri, while at 14 it is cloudy in Eldoret. Mombasa at 25 will be mostly sunny at this point at 25, and it's 26 and mostly sunny into Malindi. 20 and partly cloudy conditions in Kisumu with highs of 27, while at 19 Kakamega is cloudy with highs of 27. Kampala is cloudy at 20 with highs of 26, while Dar es Salaam at 25 is mostly sunny going to highs of 31. Johannesburg at 15 is cloudy with highs of 24, and we're looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 26. 14 and cloudy into Addis Ababa, while Lagos is clear at 26. Kinshasa at 24 is clear. Beijing 9 degrees and cloudy, while it's cloudy at 5 in Paris and cloudy at 7 into London. Wednesday night in New York is 4 degrees, coming into Thursday highs of 9 and lows of 2.
SpiceFM. Spice up your life.
All right, let's take a look at what it looks like, and actually not too much clicking with traffic today at this point. At least we will see some traffic that's starting to build coming off the Thika Superhighway, and that's just coming in from Githurai out towards Kasarani and then into Garden City. So beyond that, doesn't look too bad until you get to the Pangani underpass. But we know that this is all going to then, mash up on the thicker superhighway. So, it's normal at this point, but you'll get through it, not a problem. Starting to build on the Eastern Bypass, so you might want to make a dash for it so that you disappear from that traffic at this point. Also on Jogo Road, starting to get busy. Land is not looking too bad. And as you get to Kamkunji and try to get into the city, you'll be okay at this point. Ngong Road looks good as it does on Langata Road. The Southern Bypass will take you into the CBD or out of town without a problem right about now. Keeping an eye on all of this, we'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 24 minutes to 7 o'clock. Let's look at some of the stories. While we know that a cabinet shuffle has taken place, the questions then abound is that will we actually see better service delivery because of this shuffle? Are we looking at shuffling appointments here? Are we looking at rewards here? Are we looking at loyalty appointments? And really, at the end of the day, will you see optimal service delivery with these appointments? Those are some of the questions. And now, while that whole conversation is taking place, the court has now cleared the way for a new varsity funding model. As though you need one. But okay, let me tell you the story anyway. Thousands of university students can now apply for the scholarships and loans after the Court of Appeal cleared the path. The judges yesterday suspended a High Court ruling that had declared the government's new university funding model unconstitutional. Remember, petition was taken, court said, hang on a minute, this thing is not constitutional. It was taken to the appellate court. Appellate court now has said, hang on to that. Let's just allow you continue to use that. The decision means that students will get access to upkeep funds under the controversial funding model. This also allows the government to process appeals lodged by students on banding. The court decision is also a relief for more than 246,000 students who sat the 2024 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exam and attained university entry marks, as the government can now open the application portal. COOPS had not done the thing where usually it should have happened by now. Didn't. At the heart of the legal dispute was the variable scholarship loan funding model introduced in September 2023 but nullified by the High Court in December. The lack of an alternative financing system had left the government, students and parents in limbo. We will be having this conversation at 9 o'clock today, but I often ask myself, the public system means that there should be one pool where you have funds and resources. One pool. And that you should be, it's just like you can apply for federal grants for education, you can apply for scholarships, you can apply for financial aid. The confusion came about in the banding because unless I'm coming to have a physical interview with you, I can put anything on a piece of paper. I can put anything into the system. And so why did it lock out so many people? They were also, the Court of Appeal also directed the Attorney General, the Higher Education Loans Board, and the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, KUSUPS, to publicize the funding framework within 14 days and establish an appeals mechanism for dissatisfied students. They were also instructed to alert all stakeholders, including current and incoming students, that the model may be subject to changes after the final decision. So, now, essentially, people can now apply for funding and essentially go to school.
So what actually has changed?
See, before, when it was suspended and declared unconstitutional, nothing was really happening. You couldn't apply, they couldn't...
Now you can.
Now you can apply.
Yeah, but there have been some demands that certain things must be in place.
Yeah.
Yes. And how long will it take to have those things in place?
You see, in heaven, and there's God. He's the only one who knows.
Because then again, even when the decision was being made by the court, they were asked to use the previous model.
Yes.
Yes, so what happened to that? So as well, our COOPS would have still opened the portal. Business would have been as usual, using the old model as the matter proceed. So
or you just fund universities.
Yeah.
Or you just fund universities and let students, if in the public system, let them just go to school. And if you know that, you know what you should do, actually. Fund universities, give them the money that they need. Instead of all this business that we talk about, so that you give somebody 25,000 shillings, they go pay to the university. Fund the university. And if you know that every year, everybody who's going to public university who has applied under that, they pay a particular nominal amount, whether it is 10,000 shillings a year or whatever, but you know that they're paying that for certain amenities. But then you fund it. You fund tuition, you fund housing, you fund all of that, and then maybe they pay for their own food. But that's what the public system means, that you go to university, you pay a nominal amount, but the rest of it is actually funded by government. Put it in one place instead of all this confusion. It's not that difficult, man. It's just like we're saying, collapse all these 1 million funds that exist for primary and secondary school education. Oh, there's bursary. Oh, there's member of parliament. Oh, there's the president's fund. There's the NGCDF. Put it in one place. Fund the schools. Send money to schools so that you have money for every student to come to school. There's a feeding program. There's accommodation. It's taken care of. Students come to school with a nominal. Everybody goes to school. We keep the thing moving. But what you do with all these many things is that you open avenues for failure. You open avenues for people to loot. You open... my head.
Yeah.
Do it right once. Collapse all these things.
Do it right once. That actually should be the mantra. Do it right once.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing is just going back and forth.
Back
not
and forth.
really finding a solution.
Yeah.
Because now you're talking about the university funding model, but remember the entire education sector is in shambles pretty much. You talk about right now there's that question that has been asked by one of the listeners about grade 9. What's happening with that? Is there any clear direction about it? What happens to those classes that are empty? I remember I had students from Alliance High School, and for Form 1 classes are just in a lock and key. There are no students.
Yes, but there was no Form 1 this year.
And remember when we brought up the issue of those classes being utilized for other functions, some long story was given. You know, what I marvel at is this thing, even if there was no pilot, could one not think and see and understand that changing the previous system into a whole new one would come with untold problems?
Boss.
Because clearly we were not prepared for these problems.
No.
Because what the government has spoken of is how they have built mini classes.
Yes.
Even... Let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anybody.
Yes.
So, you see those 16,000 classrooms they said they wanted to finish in December?
Yes.
How bado?
So how many have been built so far?
A certain number, but not 16,000.
Oh yeah, we always valid. Sorry.
Don't tell anybody.
Every single high school in this country in January 2025 had empty Form 1 classrooms.
Yes, they did. And we pointed it out.
And they still have them till today.
And we pointed out.
And here we are talking about grade 9, which is lower secondary, that need classrooms, that needs facilities, but they're domiciled in primary schools. Meanwhile, you have how many high schools around the country in the tens of thousands whereby Form 1s did not report this year? And we are wondering what we are going to do.
And those schools have the teachers.
They have the teachers. They have the laboratories. They have all the facilities that they need. That are not in existence in primary schools.
Yes, this was mentioned, but I heard somebody give some reason as to why it was not possible, and I wondered. So I thought maybe this is one of those problems that is solved by a simple solution.
Yeah.
It needs something complex.
Maybe. You can't just do simple.
No, simple. Simple doesn't cut it.
Okay.
So I came to that conclusion, and I let sleeping dogs do what?
Lie.
Right.
All right, let's talk about this matter to do with Shah.
Okay.
Now, you know there is hunger in Turkana, right? Yeah, there is.
Okay.
But you know how the government is handling it? Let me tell you. Want relief food? Register for Shah.
For crying out loud.
Yeah. Government officials have set tough conditions for hunger-stricken families in Turkana County, demanding that they enroll for a national health insurance before getting relief food. This is after it emerged that only 110,000 out of more than 1.2 million people in the northern Kenya County had registered with the National Health Insurance Fund, which is administered by the Social Health Authority. Turkana Central Deputy County Commissioner Thomas Siele Tuesday said he had received 600 bags of relief food, but only SHA members would be eligible for rations. The government, he said, cannot struggle to feed people without the medical cover, only for them to fall sick later.
Oh, stop it.
But it's a good point, though.
Huh?
It's a good point.
They cannot struggle to feed you, then you fall sick.
Yes, and you don't have a cover, so they can't treat you.
In the meantime, City, what we do, let us have you get malnourished and still not have SHA and still not access medication, right?
But you see, the simple thing is, as you applying for SHA takes a moment. Once you apply, you can go and get relief food. Yes.
Then even when you get sick, you go in there and you
go now get treatment. Yes.
Whether or not you'll be treated, that's a totally different story.
Let's discuss pertinent issues.
Yes. What we are saying now.
You register, you get food. Is that really difficult to understand?
After that, we're not discussing. We're talking about now.
Now, then, if you fall sick, which you will if you don't eat adequately or nutritionally, you can then go and seek medical help.
Don't ask me questions about whether the medical help that you seek will actually be awarded.
You can ask.
You can ask.
I will tell you. So
when
you've registered. Okay?
You've been given food.
So you paid. Yes, you've been given food. Well, let's have this discussion when you fall sick, shall we?
But for now.
No, for now.
Yeah, but you see.
Yes, Eric. Yes.
You can call me Derek.
No.
Just add a D.
Do you need relief food?
My brain is a bit scrambled this morning.
It would be scrambled if we're in a country and people are telling you that if you receive food rations because you're in a geographical area that is arid and you need government support, but they're telling you, you know what? In order for us to give you that food, we need you to register into a system that's
actually, I agree with the government, if you ask me. Let me tell you why.
Tell me.
Whenever people have options, there is no guarantee that the decision they will make will be in their best interest. Okay? And I'm also of the view that at some point this SHA thing will work. And if it finds you registered, then it will benefit you.
Find you ready. In order for you to eat, you must open your mouth.
Yes. See? Yes.
Yeah.
And the way you open your mouth here is by registering for SHA. Because then you can get food that can go into the open mouth. Yes.
The beautiful part of it is you just register. Whether you pay for it or not, that's none of our business.
No. It is useful to pay.
These are people who are getting food rations.
I am not holding brief for the government. I am simply saying that sometimes it is important to ring fence an issue like health. Yes, please.
City, these people are getting food rations. What does that mean?
Yes, they need the food.
That means they don't have money to buy food.
No, it means they don't have food.
There's no food that has grown. So they have the money.
They may not.
They may not.
But
have
there's no food.
But the thought here is that if somebody has to come and help you in that manner, that the likelihood of you having money to register for the health authority is low.
What I ask is that the government has a registration booth where they're handing out food, so that when you arrive there, yes,
it's true.
Yeah. So you don't make two journeys.
Yeah.
When you arrive then, you haven't registered, just go to that desk over there, register, then join the queue again, get your food.
Or let it just be like a conveyor belt. Yes, register here.
No,
and if you're going, follow the line. As you're going, you register.
Have you registered? Yes, go there. Have you registered? No, go there.
When you finish from there, you finish. Yes, now go there and pick your basket.
Okay. I see you. I understand you.
It makes sense.
It makes sense.
Anything else after that? Don't ask questions. Just register first, and then we can deal with those things as they come.
Look, the two go hand in hand. If you do not have adequate nutrition, you will fall sick.
You will fall sick. That's very true.
Okay.
Or if no food at all.
Yeah, you will fall sick. And if the worst comes to the worst, you will die. So really, this effort in just register. Okay.
Yes.
Register.
Okay. Just register so that they will find you waiting.
Register.
It's true. Let them find you waiting.
Yes.
Register. Be found waiting.
When something gives, and 2 weeks ago we were discussing the money that was supposed to go to private hospitals, and it was a make or break situation. They have been paid some money now. We'll find out from them what it is they've been paid and what they can do. But that noise has gone down.
Yes, it has.
Okay. When you look at this matter of the health fraternity and the noises they're having, we've heard these noises before. Something has been done, the noise has gone down. that precedent gives me hope. Operative word hope, circle it, underline it, that even with a system such as this one, the kinks that are there, and there are many, that these things will be sorted out if only piecemeal. Okay, so when they are sorted out, you are ready. Yes. Some of these individuals that we have, our fellow citizens, they are not easy to find if there's nothing they're going to do that for their benefit. If they're not going to get food, you
won't get them.
But here, they're a captive audience. They need the food. So that's what I'm saying. Take advantage of that particular situation.
Capitalize on the opportunity.
Yes, please. That is all that I'm saying.
Register.
Yes, register. Yes.
But see, now you give us a story.
Me, the story I want to give you, there's a problem that is rearing its head in the Horn of Africa. You know, since 1988, Eritrea and Ethiopia went over borders. Peace was brokered, by Algeria. But some of those issues regarding the border have not been settled. Now, there have been murmurs which have grown and they become louder because the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, a gentleman by the name of Abiy Ahmed, has talked about access to the sea. Eritrea is next to the sea.
Yes.
So much as they are saying they're at peace and they're greeting each other and so forth, even though Eritrea actually joined Ethiopia when there was a little problem in a province in Ethiopia, there appears to be, you find troops are moving, there's a likelihood that this thing could break up. Just remember that Eritrea was at some point or the other part of Ethiopia, just so that we remember how these things work. So the Horn of Africa isn't as safe as we think. But then it raises a simple question. What really is happening on this continent? In this regard, who are the players? Who are the people who are actually involved in either trying to sort out these matters or who are involved in exacerbating these matters? It's a question we must ask. The usual suspects are, I was about to say Democratic Republic of Russia, but there's a People's Republic. They have been, fingers have been pointed at them. Fingers have been pointed at the USA.
Yeah.
Okay? More and more one hears of the Middle East being involved in some of these matters.
Yeah.
But this thing will play out and we will soon find out.
This is true.
Yes.
Did we not see Qatar
yes.
brokering between Rwanda and DRC. It was Paul Kagame and Tshisekedi who were sitting down for a meeting. Yeah, that's true. It's interesting that we see that, isn't it?
Yes.
That the Gulf nations now are coming in to serve as brokers or mediators, brokers for peace. Interesting. How geopolitics just finds its way of changing and becoming a thing. Panel concludes interviews for IEBC chairperson's post. I think the last of those interviews were done yesterday. The selection team will forward 2 names to the president, who will then pick and appoint the chairperson. So that's what's going to happen. Interviews for the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission concluded yesterday. 2 candidates fighting off integrity concerns. The selection panel, led by Nelson Makanda, raised numerous questions about the integrity of Mr. Robert Akumu Asembo and Saul Simiyu Wasilwa. Akumu has pending criminal cases, and Mr. Simiyu was exposed for practicing without a license from the Law Society of Kenya.
Right.
I know. Good stuff.
Had been shortlisted.
Yeah. It's kind of ballsy, isn't it? Like you can't just say.
It's not just ballsy, but how are they shortlisted?
In the first place.
I would have assumed that in some of these, an exercise such as this one, the ethics and anti-corruption involved, the DCI involved, so they say there are these names. Can you tell us about them?
If you have a criminal case in court, if it has reached court, that means you're in the system, it's recorded.
They'll know.
They'll know.
And so you'll be told, no, sort this case out, then apply for the next one.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you not having a license but you've been practicing didn't come up when you were sitting in the interview panel.
No, that's something you were doing.
Before.
Yes, and you did it for a while before you were found out.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, Akumu, who is an advocate of the High Court, battled allegations on violation of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on integrity and leadership. Akumu now said these are allegations that need to be convincing and also are controversial. You have to be fair to the accuser and also to me as the accused. He also dismissed the cases that are still before the court, some lodged by the Law Society of Kenya questioning his conduct. The fact that they are in court is enough. I remember that there was a gentleman who was running for a Senate seat in the US, and they did their digging, and they found out that when he was in university in 19 Kiridiwot, that somebody in his room smoked a joint, and he was there Not that he smoked the joint. He was there in the room when this was happening. So it spoke to his conduct and his behavior. And somebody would ask, do you really think that you would be the one who people should vote for based on the fact that while ABCD was happening, you were in the room and you condoned such behavior? What am I saying? That it is possible for them to find out anything about you, especially when you're putting yourself up for public office.
But that public office is also funny.
This one, and you have criminal cases, and then you want to be the chairperson of the IEBC, or that you're practicing law without a license according to the LSK.
You know, the right to hold that high moral ground, unfortunately, for our relatives in the US is lost. If you can elect someone like President Trump twice, guys, just join us, because
just take a chill pill.
We preceded in having leaders like that.
We understand
these people better than you.
We get it.
We got it a long time ago. It's you who's getting it now. Yes,
you're only understanding now.
These are playground. We're professionals in this area.
We know this stuff. You can reference point if you're going to do a book review. Southeast Asia and Latin America next door, they also have had these things. They're having it for the first time.
So they're not really quite sure how to deal with it.
This thing has not rocked the boat. It has topsy-turvy the boat.
Hey.
So what happens next after the 7 have been interviewed is that the selection panel, I don't know within which time space, will then send over 2 names to the president. So there were 11, not 7, sorry. And 2 names now. The selection panel will select 2. They will be sent to the president. The president will do iki piki ponki, and then 1 name now. He will say, of the ones that you've given me, this is the one that I think is the best. And then that name will be forwarded, and then the person will be like that. Sawa.
And then we begin the other one of the commissioners.
The commissioners, yeah.
So there are a bit many, aren't there?
Does the second person become the deputy?
I don't know if the second person becomes the deputy. The selection, 6 of the 105 candidates will be selected. Okay, let's know. The team will pick 2 names for the position of chairperson and forward them to the president, who will then hand them the names over to parliament for vetting. 1 candidate will then be picked to succeed the late Wafula Chebukati. 6 out of 105 candidates will be selected and their names forwarded to the president for appointment as commissioners. So that's how that works. Sawa.
All right.
Yeah.
Talk about lecturer strike.
Yes.
Okay, students at Moi University are staring at the possibility of yet another interruption to their studies just before they begin examinations after the lecturers issued a 7-day strike notice over delayed February salaries. Now, the students only returned to lecture rooms in December 2024 after a 3-month strike by workers that paralyzed learning at the institution. The university's academic staff union, WASU, has accused the management of the university of flouting the return to work formula they signed in December over 8.6 billion shillings salary and statutory deductions debt. Now, all WASU members at Moi University shall withdraw their labour and shall not resume duty until the February 2025 salary is paid in full, said WASU Secretary General Constantine Wasonga. So it is the case of we have a problem, collective bargaining agreement, we sign, go back to class, and then what happens? CBA is not honored.
We can't.
Are you shocked?
No. Okay. One story that we looked into and actually had his mother here in the studio last year was the gentleman who is still on death row, Stephen Bunyako, and his release essentially has been brokered by the Muslims World League, whereby 129 million shillings has been paid, and this was for obviously coming out of a case where he was an incident, or rather accidental death of his friend, and he was jailed in 2012. We know the story. It did the rounds. The UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar said that the government and the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims sought assistance from the Muslim World League Secretary General Mohammed bin Abdul Karim Isa and last year, and it said that this money essentially was to be paid for the release of Stephen. He was convicted of manslaughter in 2012, and what this money essentially was to pay was for his release. And we also know that what they had asked for was this blood money essentially for his life. So it's either he was to be executed or they paid the blood money to secure his life. And it looks like that is going to happen. We won't stop saying their names. Brian Odhiambo, now missing for 2 months and 9 days. Mukuria has been missing since the 25th of June, 2024. We don't know where they are. We don't know what has happened to them, but we'll say their names. Disappearances must stop, and those who are missing must be found. Justice for all. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. ODM leader Raila Odinga has continued to insist that he is not in government days after signing a cooperation agreement with President William Ruto. Speaking at a funeral in Tharaka Nithi, Raila emphasized that he is not a government official, saying President Ruto sought his party's help after the Gen Z-led anti-government protests last June.
Kwa hivyo sisi hatujasema tumeingia kwa Ruto. Bwana serikali Ruto ndiye amekuja kwetu. Kama walikuwa na shida hii ilikuwa inateketea. Wakasema ati Ruto must go. Finance bill must go. Ruto akasema finance bill siweki sahihi, nimerudishia bunge. Akasema nimevunja serikali. Sasa kitu gani? Sasa tunataka kuunda serikali mpya. Akatuuliza sisi tumapatia yeye wataalamu ambao wanaweza kusaidia. Tukasema chukua hao wataalamu. Sio kuwapatia yeye, tumazima, sio. Atujaingia huko, Raila jaingia huko. Mimi si waziri katika serikali ya Ruto. Sivyo.
At the same time, President Ruto's senior economic advisor Moses Kuria thanked Raila for, as he put it, saving the country by joining the broad-based government.
Raila Amolo Odinga did not come to broad-based government to save people from this region. Raila Amolo Odinga came to broad-based government to save this country. And that is a whole difference. When we had problems with Gen Z, and you know what happened. Raila Amolo Odinga, he had two options. He had kibiriti, a matchbox, and a jerrycan of petrol. And he had water on the other hand. It was his right to choose any. He could have chosen the jerrycan of petrol na kibiriti na kuchoma Kenya iendelee kuchomeka.
For her part, People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua said it was Raila's right to walk his own path and vowed to keep holding President William Ruto's administration to account.
It is the right of those who feel that broad-based is the way to go. It is also our right to disagree, and that is why I firmly remain in the opposition. I firmly remain with the people. And today we must continue questioning government, questioning its policies. We must continue saying no to abductions, saying no to executions, saying no to grand theft of public funds when basic services are suffering.
Tension remains high in Saimosoi, Baringo County, a day after 40 goats were stolen in a bandit raid on Akorean village. This came days after an area chief was shot dead as security officers attempted to flush out bandits. Last week, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen attributed the surge in banditry across Baringo and Samburu counties to disputes over administrative boundaries affecting Baringo North, Baringo South, Samburu, Laikipia, Isiolo, and Turkana counties. Murkomen, who is under intense pressure to address the deteriorating security situation across the country, has suggested deploying journalists to insecurity-prone areas so that they can understand what security personnel are dealing with.
I know it's very easy for people to sit in their computers and write stories about our police officers. And I see it so often. It is easy for people to write these things. I wish really would carry some of these journalists and the editors and the bloggers to just go and stay in Elwak, not for the whole day, for a half day in Elwak.
Murkomen responding to the Standard newspaper's Tuesday headline, Below Average CS. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has said his government will temporarily suspend the right of migrants arriving in Poland via its border with Belarus to apply for asylum. Tusk made the announcement after the controversial bill, which will allow Polish authorities to suspend this right for up to 60 days at a time, was signed into law by President Andrzej Duda. Tusk said his government would adopt the law without a moment's delay, while Duda said the changes were needed to strengthen security on the country's borders. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic at this hour as you're coming into it this morning. And again, we saw that on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Githurai, there is quite some traffic as you then approach Garden City. It is bumper to bumper, many parts, and moving along slowly through towards the Pangani underpass. So that'll do that for now. As you're coming on Wairimu, we're also just a little bit busy, and on the Eastern Bypass it is starting to pick up as you come in from that Roy Junction. And if you're on the Southern Bypass, then you're getting this easy peasy ride into the city, or if you're going to take out past Kikuyu and then into onto Limuru Road. So that is what it looks like there. As you're coming in from Rongai, there is traffic then onto Magadi Road, and as you get into Langata Road, it's starting to build up going towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout. So we're getting into traffic hour. That's what it's going to look like. We will talk and try to keep things moving this Thursday. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 7 o'clock and getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, which is Justice Thursday. Amongst some of the conversations that we have, looking at issues of access to justice and making sure that the face of justice is actually quite known and quite visible to everybody. So he was here before. CT now is not here. And then now Dennis is here. I mean, it's just doing a tailspin on me. But anyway, we are here either way. So CT had to go attend a function, but our conversation continues, of course, this morning. And even as we get into that, there's fantastic stuff that's happening now, and you want to ask me what that is. Well, why just spend when you can earn? Milele Reward makes this every single swipe count, and I'm talking about the I&M Milele Rewards card. It's a multi-currency card. You can use it anywhere in the world. You can travel, you can shop, you can play, you can do whatever it is that you need to do. And this card comes to you from I&M Bank. But now, even as you use this card to shop, as you shop and spend, you can also be rewarded. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Who lets you get rewarded while you're actually spending? So you can earn points on every purchase, and you can redeem them for flights. You can fly and then fly again. You can shop and then shop again, and so much more. And you know what? You stand a chance to win 50,000 shillings in free points. So every shilling that you spend gets you a point. And what you get to do is that once you apply for the I&M World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank Go on the Go app, you swipe, you earn, and you live your best life. Every 20th customer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 20. gets to the card with 50,000 Milele points. So every 20th customer, you get 50,000 points already on your card. And remember, the 50,000 points equals 50,000 shillings. So this is a no-brainer for me. Number one, apply for the card. Get the card. Shop, travel, win, earn points. And then even as you do, the 20th person who gets their card will get 50,000 points, which is equal to 50,000 shillings. My goodness, what are you waiting for? Go get it today. I&M Milele reward points. It's something that we want to get into right now. We're also getting on to pathways for education. Okay, tell us about that.
Then. So when we talk about pathways, we recognize that we have young Kenyan high school graduates who want to get to universities, but we want to take them to universities abroad. Now with these enter the ALX pathways, which is calling upon all the Kenyan high school graduates to be able to apply so that they can get these opportunities, not just opportunities, but scholarships and sponsored placements. Now, ALX pathways can make that dream a reality where you gain recognized skills. And we talk about gaining recognized skills, we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about matters to do with expert mentorship and career guidance. This is all just so that they prepare you to get into these universities abroad. And for you to get here, there is a pathway. There is a link that you need to get to so that you can apply to get all these good stuff. And that link is bit.ly/LX Pathway SFM. bit.ly/LX Pathways SFM. Remember, the deadline for these is April 21st. So let's go clicking, let's go applying, get these opportunities, get all the details and learnings that you need to get into these universities.
Fantastic. And we'll be giving you more information about that as we go along. We're getting into a Justice Thursday conversation. It is Justice Thursday, and our guest this hour has been here before, but issues that we want to then raise again, especially since this particular issues keep coming up. There is no day that this issue doesn't come up when it comes to how we operate in the country. But we'll let you know who she is. The Honourable Doris Mwirigi is the Vice Chair of the is the Vice Chairperson, of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, and she's here with us this morning as we look at administrative justice in tribunals, and this specific one being the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal. Honourable Mwirigi, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me again.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Good to see you. Very well, thank you.
You look great.
Well, asante sana.
Where is CT?
CT had to honour an invitation for a function. Which was in the planning, and so he was here with us in the morning, but he had to go and do that. You know how CT is. He's cooking a number of pots here and there, and he's needed and has had to answer the call this morning.
Good to see you, and I'm happy to be here.
Oh, very
second time, my charm.
Yeah, second. Well, let's see. It could be second time a charm.
Yeah.
I think the first time was a charm as well.
Yes.
But still, good to have you here. So even if he's not here, we still have the proverb, and Dennis is going to share the proverb for you. He'll tell you where that is coming from, and then you can tell us how you would interpret that. Okay.
Yeah. So CT has gone to look for the proverbs. Somehow he always finds a way of going there. But today, he actually shared this proverb with me, and it's coming from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. As City would say, it comes from the Coup Belt because of the issues that is facing this area, part of the Africa. But the proverb of the day is, before you eat, open your mouth.
Before you eat,
open your mouth.
How else would you eat?
Exactly.
How else would you eat?
So that's it practically.
Yes.
But how would you interpret that?
It?
Before you eat, open your mouth. There's this the book The Secret, and there's this story of the monk, and someone keeps praying that, I want to be a millionaire, I want to win the lottery, and the gods like, damn it, go and buy a lottery ticket. So you're not going to win a lottery if you're not buying the lottery ticket. So in this, I would say, you're not going to eat if you don't open your mouth. Exactly. So for you to get something, you must at least make effort on your part. It's what I would interpret it.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. I mean, that's it. You've got to be ready.
Yeah. And you have to do something.
Yeah. It's like I keep telling them how my auntie would say, you're looking for a husband and you're sitting in the house.
I know. Just praying.
Show up.
Just praying.
Yeah.
And the husband will land parachute
Yes,
into the room.
leave your house, go
outside.
go outside and go where husbands would be. Not for a women's conference. Yes. Go for a men's conference. Yes.
Perhaps
do they invite women? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Perhaps it could happen next year.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, I mean, we're looking at issues to do with, access to justice, of course, and the Petroleum and Energy Tribunal and the work that it's been doing. And every time we hear this, we shudder around the 14th of every month and we think, okay, so what does this mean and how can we then get this? And so for folks who don't know that there is a Petroleum and Energy Tribunal, just walk us through again, Honourable Mwirigi, in terms of what the tribunal does and what its establishment then was meant to achieve.
Okay, thank you. So I think before I even go to the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, I'd want people to know there are many tribunals. One of the things that judiciary and wants people to know is that there are a lot of tribunals. I know you had the transport person.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, Dennis, there is a tribunal for everything. You're dissatisfied with Fuliza, you're dissatisfied, there is the micro enterprise. Your bag airport is missing, there is an aviation tribunal. There is a tribunal for rent. There is a tribunal for literally everything. So, whereas there are many that may be well known, there's a tribunal for everyone. And the beauty of tribunal is they are not manned by only lawyers or, people in the legal profession. So you have experts in whatever sector. Like if you come to the energy, we have engineers who sit in the tribunal. So what you get, you have expertise in the tribunals, expertise of non-lawyers. Then you also, the timelines are very limited. So whereas in court you'd stay for many years, when you come to the tribunals, you stay for a short time because it's a specific tribunal. If you're coming to energy, it's only energy matters. So it's fast.
Yes.
So you can be sure within a year you'll be out of their maximum.
Okay.
Your matter will be heard. We try even to hear them within, 3 months.
Okay.
So it's fast. Then you're coming to experts. And then it's accessible in terms of money.
Okay.
I think the filing fee is around 2,000. So it's not expensive. So there is that about tribunal. So I would encourage people, whatever issue you have, before you go to the mainstream court, just come to the tribunal and say, would your issue be addressed by any of the over 30 tribunals that are over there?
Okay.
Yes.
How would you know that it would then? Because, how would I know that I don't need to go and do this whole court process, but I can actually, how do I know that the tribunal will be able to handle my matter? Or I guess the overarching question is, what matters do these tribunals then actually handle?
Yes.
Diverse. And when you ask, how would I know? I would start with, there's a tribunal for everything. Then until you get proven otherwise. So I would start with going to the tribunal secretariat, which is at Kenya Re, and telling them or asking your lawyer, there's this matter. Is there a tribunal for it? You saw the other day you are dealing with the transport. There's a transport tribunal. Environmental issues, if there's someone building just right next to you, instead of going through that, go to the environment tribunal. So I would start with asking my lawyer or just walking into the tribunal secretariat, which is at Kenya Re or our website. When you go to our website, you'll see all these tribunals listed. There's a HIV tribunal. If your employer has disclosed your medical condition, if your insurance has refused to insure you because of your HIV status, there's an HIV/AIDS tribunal. So instead of you going through the mainstream, look and come and see, is there a tribunal for that? And I can bet there's always a tribunal.
So Dennis here has been living in a nightclub.
Please.
He's been living in a nightclub, not by his choice.
Yes.
But the people in
was the nightclub there before you, Dennis?
The nightclub found me there, which is an issue. And now that I know there is a rent tribunal and an environment tribunal, I know where to go.
Yes,
Right?
so go to the environment tribunal.
Yes. When you discuss these issues in terms of tribunals being there, Kenyans don't know that these institutions do exist. Perhaps it's about time that we had them understand that there are tribunals to handle their problems.
Yes.
But let me just talk about the Petroleum Tribunal.
Yes.
So here's a question where you're filling up, and one thing you hear drivers say all the time, niliekewa hewa.
Yes.
And, at that point, you go, I bought petrol here is my receipt,
Yes.
but I didn't get the petrol.
Yes.
Can that be one of the issues that I can bring before the tribunal?
Yes, but let me explain the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, back to what you ask. For you to come to the Energy Tribunal, you must first go to the regulator.
Okay.
So to understand what the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal does is to understand what the regulator does, which is EPRA. So EPRA makes all these decisions, regulates the energy and petroleum sector. And they make decisions, including the most common, which is giving us prices on every 14th. So if you're dissatisfied about your pump fueling, if you're dissatisfied about your electricity bill, you think it's erratic, it's not what you're consuming, which is one of the most common, or you have things like unfortunate electrocutions. So what you do is you first go to the regulator. You go to EPRA and say, I'm not happy with the bills Kenya Power is sending me. I'm not happy with this petrol station, what they are doing. You first go to EPRA. What is good is that EPRA has 60 days within which to make your decision and to handle your matter. Then if those 60 days are over and they haven't made a decision, then come to the tribunal.
Okay.
Or if you're dissatisfied with what EPRA said about whatever issue. So you must first go to EPRA according to the Energy and Petroleum Law. Then, because EPRA is a regulator, it's expected they will reign on all the people they regulate. Then, if they don't do that within 60 days, then come to us at the tribunal. Or if you're dissatisfied with their decision, you come and appeal to the tribunal. Yes. Yeah.
And does it have to be, is it carried out like, because I imagine that if you bring up such a matter like you fueled and, there was water and petrol and people have complained about that a lot.
Yes.
Or that, I'm getting less, filling for my shilling or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
It would be assumed that there are many people who have that. So would you come to the tribunal in a kind of like a class action manner, or is one person who is coming to the tribunal sufficient to lay the case?
One person is sufficient.
Okay.
And the interesting thing with tribunals, again, you don't have to come with all those legalist documents. There are some tribunals, just come as you are. File whatever documents you have. Come with a letter and all with your evidence, then come to the tribunal. Bring your matter. Come as you are. You don't have to have all these big documentation legalists. Just bring your matter and you'll be guided. So, like you find there are some tribunals, like even the HIV, just write a letter. So we'll expect you to file documents, but it's not too legalist that you would be able, and I'm not saying you're a layman, but you'd be able.
No.
But you'd be able to file your matter. Yes. Easy and practical. Yes. And the fees are very minimum.
Okay.
Yes.
Which paints another picture of the judiciary as we know it to being approachable and accessible. Because for a very long time you find a Kenyan would just stay away from judicial matters because of the time taken, because of the complexities that come with it, like filing the documents, looking for a lawyer and whatnot. But here we're talking about a matter that would as well just end up in the normal court process, but taking a route that listens, that understands what you're saying, that gives you solutions in the quickest way possible is one thing that Kenyans need to know about. But even as we talk about it, what brought about the decision to have these tribunals in place?
Okay. So, and Dennis, let me just touch on what you've said about accessibility of the judiciary, and and I like what we are doing with the Thursday Justice Week, because I think most people, the idea of judiciary, or when they see court matters, is mostly maybe Supreme Court during elections, and you think that's what every other court is like, because when the stories that are screened are the many complex one, that's what people are. But there are other day-to-day matters that affect Kenyans, and that's what the judiciary is there about. And we want to get you out of the judiciary system in the fastest ways possible. And that's why there are tribunals. So tribunals are mainly used to be in executive. And so you would find that every executive decision or every sector would have a tribunal. So for example, even the SHA, and it is anticipated there will be a tribunal under the SHA system. Soon. So what would be is it would help with executive decisions. Then you would appeal against executive decisions in a particular sector. So they would be in every sector. So you'd go to the energy, and energy would be under Energy Tribunal would be under the Ministry of Energy. Environment Tribunal would be under the Ministry of Environment. Then the Constitution in Article 169 placed 2010 tribunals in the judiciary. So they said now tribunals are part of the subordinate court and Article 169. So what happened from 2010? We needed to transition the tribunals from wherever they are in the various ministries where they would be to the judiciary. The first transition, I think, happened in 2014, and the transition is still happening. So maybe the reason people may not have known the tribunals in the judiciary is because they were in the executive previously.
Sure.
So it has been a transition of the tribunals to judiciary and making them judicial bodies. So that's why you didn't know maybe they are all over. Unless you were in that particular sector, in the media, you have your own tribunal. There is a communications tribunal. So there's copyrights tribunal for people here who are artists. So these tribunals now have transitioned under one shelter in the judiciary.
Okay. What movement have we seen that has taken place with the tribunal? Let's look at the petroleum and energy one specifically. What have we seen has been solved since the establishment of the tribunal that perhaps would have been caught up in long years of court cases?
So I think one of the biggest things that tribunals have solved is like the matters that would be lying, and especially industries where your power is disconnected, where you're having issues. So those decisions have been made with the tribunal within a very short time. I dare say within 180 days, most are resolved. So what happens is that we are releasing, we are able to kickstart, have people earn their living. If most of the times you can't do a lot without electricity. So we've been able to solve those issues by having people that be able to run their day-to-day issues by having electricity, by having power, giving people compensation, those who have been electrocuted, those who have been involved in gas, like explosions. And then we have one of the biggest is licenses cancelled by EPRA. If your license is cancelled or withdrawn, how do we resolve those disputes? Very fast, because when your license is cancelled, you can't operate. So it's a question of having, people just be able to go back to running their business, getting the economy running and releasing money back to the economy.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So who brings whom? Dennis has an issue with me, operator, whatever. It's an individual bringing an entity before the tribunal, or what kinds of cases do you see? Because I'm still trying to establish, especially for folks who are listening or watching and are thinking or sitting on a particular issue and thinking, is this something I could actually bring to the tribunal or must I wait? So who brings whom? Is it individuals bringing entities? Is it individuals bringing other individuals? Do I complain against about a body, about an issue? What if, the owner of a petrol station? What comes?
Every.
Okay.
First, I would say the majority of the complaints that you have currently at the tribunal would be against Kenya Power. So you have a lot of that are on Kenya Power, people bringing Kenya Power for their issues. There's also bodies like Ketraco where your power line has passed. Most people have also grievances about power lines that are contracted by Ketraco or the rural electrification. So there's those bodies in the energy sector, and there is the regulator. A lot of other matters against the regulator because they're the ones who issue licenses, who cancel licenses and all. So there is those bodies in the energy sector. So you'll find a lot of disputes against Kenya Power, EPRA, Ketraco and all. But there is also individuals. Like petrol stations, what Dennis was describing. If you're dissatisfied with a petrol station, you'd bring it
to the tribunal.
Yes.
Okay. So last week we had the Kenya Power MD. The week before that we had the good friends, our good friends from Ketraco.
Yes.
And I can't tell you how many comments came where people have been complaining, we've not had power for 4 days. They came and they were supposed to drop a meter, they've not done it for a month.
Yes.
The transformer blew and we don't know when the power is going to come. We call and nobody picks up the phone, kind of thing.
Yes.
And then maybe they do after however long this is actually done. But by that time, somebody's food has gone bad.
Yes.
They've lost medicines have gone bad. We have babies milk in fridges that have spoiled. Hospitals who have on 24-hour on the demand power. For that loss and damage, would that be something that would then be brought to the tribunal? That's one.
Yes.
And then number two, in the time that nothing is being done, can you really complain about it until something is done, but then you say that there was loss? That loss issue, is it what comes to the tribunal?
First, you don't have to wait. If there's Kenya Power as a service charter where they should have power within a certain time, and that's why you see every time in the newspaper where there's a power cut, they tell you in advance because they're obligated to do that. So the moment you go to Kenya Power and they're not responding to your complaints, you go then to the regulator. So you go to EPRA, who's the one who regulates them, and tell them, look, we have not had power for the last 14 days. This is unacceptable. If Kenya Power doesn't do anything within if the regulator doesn't do anything within the 60 days, please come to the tribunal. You come immediately to the tribunal. And power is a life or death situation where you have people with medication in the fridge, where you have children in ICU. Power is not it's not a luxury as people would want, but it's a life or death. Imagine when you have no power and you have medicine that will go bad. Your child is dependent on that. So I think I would encourage people, please complain to Kenya Power. Immediately, they don't do anything, go to the regulator, EPRA. And if you're not assisted by EPRA within 60 days, then immediately come to the tribunal. Or if you're dissatisfied with what EPRA says, just come to the tribunal.
So let me paint a picture of power outages on, off.
Yes.
Then a power surge happens. Someone's electronics in the house goes off and whatnot. So here's a question where I have suffered immediate loss.
Yes.
I report that to Kenya Power.
Yes.
So at what point do I expect feedback from Kenya Power before I go to the regulator? That is usually the challenge.
Yes.
And that I don't know how long to expect feedback from Kenya Power.
I think they said in their charter, if I'm not wrong, 7 to 14 days, they should be back to you.
Okay.
But even you just look at the reasonableness of it. If they have not responded, and it's not even individuals only, it's industries that they are in the tribunal, that where the power surges cause your entire business to go at a loss. All those matters you can bring to the tribunal. But what I want people to understand is you go to Kenya Power, you complain, then you go to the regulator. If the regulator doesn't do anything within 60 days, then you can apply. And if you're dissatisfied even with the billing of how the billing system works, the procedure is the same.
It's the same.
Yes.
All right. It's our Justice Thursday conversation this morning, and we're talking with the Vice Chairperson of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, and we're looking at issues of what do you take and where essentially does your help lie. We are talking with the Honourable Doris Mwerigi, and we're looking at some of these issues this morning on Justice Thursday. We're going to take a break at this point and come back and continue with them. I know there's some questions. We'll get through some of them at some point today. Essentially finding out access to justice, making it easier from the judiciary and bringing it actually down to the people. It's 27 minutes to 8. We continue after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. It is 16 degrees, 14. It's sunny in Nakuru, and 15 and sunny in Nyeri. 16 and sunny conditions in Eldoret, while at 26 it is sunny in Mombasa, and at 27 sunny into Malindi. 21 and partly sunny conditions in Kisumu, while Kakamega at 19 is partly sunny. 20 and light rain now in Kampala with a flood situation there. Sunny conditions at 25 in Dar es Salaam, while at 16 it's cloudy in Johannesburg. Mogadishu is raining now at 27, and it's mostly cloudy at 15 in Addis Ababa. It's clear at 26 in Lagos, and mostly cloudy at 23 in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
A little bit of traffic is coming through on Magadi Road out through towards Langata Road, and it's going to then slow you down just a little bit, but nothing too crazy at the moment. Aerodrome Road is bumper to bumper coming in from Langata Road itself and then onto Huru Highway getting into the CBD. It doesn't look too bad on the Southern Bypass, all coming in from that Likoni interchange and then out towards that area. Quite a lot of traffic this morning on Limuru Road coming in from United Nations Avenue out through towards Parklands in one direction and Westlands in the other. The Thika Superhighway is where you find most of the traffic this morning. Coming in heavy from Githurai through towards Garden City, and we're also looking at a number of lanes on Kiambu Road trying to make their way through towards Muthaiga Square. Outer Ring not doing too badly, but we have some traffic on Kangunda Road heading out towards Njiro in one direction and Outer Ring in the other. We are in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we traverse. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M Bank on the Go app. Swipe, earn and live your best life. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 8 o'clock, we're looking into issues to do access to justice, of course, on this Justice Thursday conversation. And we're talking to the Honorable Doris Mwirigi, who is the Vice Chair of the Petroleum and Energy Tribunal. And just looking at some issues that will be brought to the tribunal when we talk about some of these. And even as we do, some of the questions that come through. So then what happens when you come to the tribunal with a particular issue? I mean, what you've been through, you've gone through the motions, you've gone through somebody else, and the reason why you've come here is because obviously you've not received what you need. How does that process begin, and then what happens thereafter?
Thank you. So I think let me first say, you don't have even to come physically. You don't have to come physically. We have the virtual. First, judiciary now, all courts, it's a norm. The norm is virtual courts, and the tribunals are virtual, and you do e-filing. So then it's from wherever you are, you can file your matter. So you file your matter in the CTS system, and then importantly, if you're in Meru, for example, you don't have to come to Nairobi. You can go to the Meru law courts if you need any help. You can go to the Kisumu law courts. Wherever you are, there's a court near you if you need help. So what I'm telling people is that you don't have to come to Kenya Reed Towers where our all tribunals are. You can file virtually through the system, the ETS system. If you're having challenges, go to a law court near you and then file your matter. And then we will hear you virtually. We sit on Thursdays, it's virtual. You log in from wherever you are. If you have challenges with the internet or what, you again walk to your nearest court. So we are making it easier for you. You don't have to come. You go to your nearest court if you have no internet. But if you have access to internet from your house, log in and join court. So that's the access in terms of you accessing us. Easy virtual. So when you file your matter, in the CTS system, we sit every Thursdays. Our plan is to have you heard and the matter dealt with within the shortest time possible. Hopefully. Our target is, by 180 days, your matter is concluded, but it even happens faster. So, and when you look at it, Dennis, the fees are very minimal. So you can find you paid maybe around 2,000 and then you will. Yeah. So every Thursday we sit. So if you've logged in your matter, I want to say that within maximum 6 months, you will be heard. Yes.
So as we talk about this, there's a question that has just been asked, and Gideon is asking, why would someone be asked to pay for full installation, including a transformer, to cater for an entire community? So is that a matter that if I want to connect my house, I'm being asked to pay for full installation, including a transformer, that would not only benefit me, but the larger community? Would that be something that I complain to Kenya Power?
Yes.
To EBRA?
Yes.
Then would end up to the tribunal.
Yes. So when it's I don't want to speak for Kenya Power or them, but if you're dissatisfied with what they're asking, yes, and now there are many pathways. This I don't speak as a tribunal, but I know there is now the last mile project that is being run, that we're getting stima mashinani. So that is being run. If you're dissatisfied with how it's going, you go to Kenya Power and then you go to the regulator and tell them, I don't like what this is happening. Then the EPRA will make a decision and try and resolve the matter. And by the way, EPRA has been very good in resolving some of these matters there are not many ending up. So if you're dissatisfied with what the regulator has said, then you can come to the tribunal. Yes.
Yeah. Another issue that one would ask for is, fine, I've come to the tribunal. I've gone through the motions from Kenya Power to EPRA to you, and you hear my matter. I am still dissatisfied. Can I appeal that decision?
Yes. You can appeal to the High Court.
To the High Court.
Yes.
Also, it's at this point where I now go.
Yes, then you appeal.
Okay.
Yes. You can now appeal.
And the decisions are from the tribunal. One would say, if I go to the court, I know there's that hammer that will hit them, and that's a court order.
Yes.
Are decisions by the tribunal as well, just as a court order?
Yes. The tribunals are judicial bodies. Yes, the orders you get are as valid as they're in the judiciary. And I think that's one of the reasons why they have transitioned, so that people know they come with a judicial weight. When I give you an order for reconnection, it's a court order. You extract it, you go and serve it on Kenya Power. They are judicial decisions. So tribunals, those are the judicial decisions. You get a court order like you would any other court. So if you're dissatisfied, you now go to the High Court or a similar court. Okay. Yes.
So are you essentially saying that you could come to the tribunal, go through, and it's possible that even then you're still not satisfied, and it will take you back to the court?
Yes.
Or is the purview of the tribunal not to make sure that at the end of the process, whether it's 60 days or whatever, that you are satisfied, and that you will make sure that both sides go? Can it be? Is it akin to mediation?
Yeah,
or
we also have annexed mediation within the tribunals, where we try and get you to mediate with your Kenya Power, with Ketraco and all. So we try mediation as a court annexed mediation as part of the system. But we hope you're not dissatisfied. But eventually, it's natural that most people will never be dissatisfied. And where you are dissatisfied, you have to exhaust all the mechanism. So if you're dissatisfied with the tribunal's decision, then you go to the High Court. What I know the judiciary is trying to do is have another, like a division, so that then the matters that are from small claims, which have gone very fast, and the tribunal matters then are dealt with within also speedily. Yeah, but it's within your right to appeal any decision. Yes.
You say that you don't need to bring anything. You don't need to be backed with the legalese when you come to the tribunal. So then what do you inquire? Or does the tribunal have an investigative arm? Do you do your own due diligence? How do you then get the information from both parties?
Okay, when I meant you don't have to legal, doesn't mean you don't bring your evidence. What I wanted to explain to is that it's easy. Like there are some tribunals, like the HIV/AIDS tribunal, where you just write a complaint on the letter. So it's not, when you go to the High Court, there is a format within which you must file all papers. The people will tell you there are chamber summons, notice of motion. There is a way you must file your matters in the High Court. There's a way you must file in the Supreme Court, in the Court of Appeal. What we are saying in the tribunals, in some, is that you don't need to those complicated documents. Just bring doesn't mean you don't prove your case. Is you come with your matter, file how you want it, but attach all the evidence. If, for example, you are dissatisfied with how, your power bills, you come, you file a matter, You say this is a power. I complained to Kenya Power. Here is the evidence. They didn't respond within 7 days. I went to EPRA. They made this decision. Here is the decision of EPRA. I am dissatisfied with that decision. Then you bring all those documentation. Then we will tell you, serve. Dennis, serve the person you're serve Kenya Power. Let us hear their side of the story. Kenya Power will then respond, and then we'll make a decision. What I want people to know is that you don't have to be so complicated as, a certain format. Access is come with your evidence, file your evidence, and then we'll hear you.
Yeah, as you talk about that, there is the tribunal as it sits right now. It is handling the entire country.
Yes.
And when we talk about that, we're talking about 55 million plus people who equally would bring issues to the tribunal, which brings about the challenges that the tribunal faces on a daily basis. So in terms of dealing with such matters, huge numbers, and also service to the Republic, how do you deal with that?
Surprisingly, we don't have many matters I would expect. And I think it's what Ndu alluded to earlier about people not knowing.
Yes.
We are currently not overwhelmed. We have matters, but we are not currently overwhelmed. So I think it's also people don't know. It's a question of sensitization, and that's part of why I'm here today, so that people can know there's a tribunal to deal with energy and petroleum matters. So as it is, I wouldn't say we are overwhelmed. So we look forward to receiving further and any more complaints of people who have. So as it is, we are not overwhelmed. We don't have as many matters as you would expect.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would be attributed to the fact that Kenyans don't know. We hope that SpiceFM would change that matrix.
So. Yes. We hope to see, then that way people are not doing their business. People are closing down businesses in the economy because they don't know you can get reprieve. Yes. So, like if you run a portion mill, that's your source of income.
Yes.
When you don't have power, your source of livelihood is gone. Yeah, and it's for our family. So we hope people know that they can come to the tribunal if they have any issues of energy or petroleum that you're dissatisfied. There is a tribunal there for you.
So where does this tribunal sit? And then in terms of access, to make sure that anybody, because we're talking about it's nationwide issues, where does the tribunal sit and how can anybody then access the tribunal?
The registrar would want me to say it is a virtual tribunal. We sit everywhere. But all tribunals currently are headquartered at Kenyari. But if you go and just search the CTS system from wherever you are,
CTS
is our system of filing the judiciary. When you go and file, so I would say the tribunal is everywhere. We sit at Kenyari, but we sit everywhere because it's virtual. So everybody sits from wherever they are. So that should not hinder you. Wherever you are, virtually file. I said, if you're having issues with the virtual, walk to your nearest law courts. There is a law court near you, and then you should be assisted. But we are virtual, and you can access us from wherever you are. But if you need to come and talk to someone face to face, then you can come to Kenyari Towers in Upper Hill.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So then you said that you don't necessarily need any representation.
Yes.
So you don't need a lawyer to come along with and all of this. So does the tribunal sit then in your presence, or once you have presented your case, then you go away and the tribunal continues, or do you continue the sessions on a matter with the person who's brought the case?
You continue. So, for example, if it's Dennis who has brought the matter, they will and by the way, we have very many people representing themselves in the tribunal. So Dennis would come and say, my portion mill, or let's
Actually
make it high-tech.
You have. Yes.
Fantastic. Or you could say your whatever industry you have a sweets industry. You make sweets. Your industry has been closed. You come as Dennis. So what happens is we'll give you notice that we'll hear the matter on Thursday. Then you will log in on Thursday. If it's against Kenya Power will also be there with your lawyers. Then, we guide you how the matter will be. Then you present your evidence virtually. Then, of course, you'll be cross-examined. You'll be asked questions. Then, do you have additional witnesses. Do you want to call your wife? Do you want to call anybody else you want to call to support your case? We tell you call that. Then when your matter is done, we now go to Kenya Power. We ask the Kenya Power, this is what Dennis is saying. What do you have to say? Kenya Power brings their matter. Even you, Dennis, you can then cross-examine Kenya Power and tell them, munasema sikulipa na hii tarehe nililipa. And then when you are done with hearing all the evidence, we'll give you a judgment date and give you judgment. Yeah. So it's, if with the portion mill, yeah, Dennis, maximum you should come to the tribunal is maybe thrice. The first day the first day we agree how the matter will go, he gives evidence, and then he must be present when Kenya Power is giving the evidence so that he can also question them. Yeah, and then we give you a judgment date.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with the judgment that's given, and I think this is one of the questions that come in here, because we'll always want to do a comparison between, okay, what happens to the tribunal and what happens in court.
Yeah.
What's the level or rate of compliance with the judgments that come from the tribunal?
Ours 100% compliance. Yes, we have 100% compliance. I want to tell Kenyans, tribunals are judicial bodies. So the orders you get there are similar as you'd get in any court. So I go back again, ask yourself, what is the matter you have? Is there any tribunal that can deal with that? Go straight to the tribunal. It's faster. You have experts, subject matter expert, not just lawyers who are sitting there, subject matter expert. If it's in aviation, your baggage or your ticket, they are subject matter expert. If it's in education, you're unhappy, you have people who are teachers, curriculum people, education, people who are in the education sector. So you benefit from the expertise, from the speed, and from the flexibility in tribunals.
You know, what Ndu is asking in terms of compliance is because, you see, I would come there as Aseto, mkulima mdogo.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I have no representation. It's only my word and my evidence against Kenya Power, who might come with their own battery of lawyers and whatnot.
Yes,
and,
which they do.
Which they do,
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
So now there is the fear of, one would look at it as it's a tribunal, but what would compel Kenya Power to do what is right? Because from the word go, I feel as though I'm aggrieved by a big company. So in terms of compliance, one would want to know in terms of it is a court order. How do we ensure? How will I now sit and ensure that what court decided will be implemented? So it is understanding
and I feel you,
that issue.
because people feel these bodies are so big, so big, mighty. Would it be Goliath and David?
Yes.
But Kenya Power works for you. You know, they serve you. They are attacks. They serve you. They are not doing you a favor. They work for you. They serve you. So what you do when you get a court order, come and extract it. And you serve it on Kenya Power. And I tell you, they comply. In my experience for the last 4 years with the tribunal, they comply with court orders. And I don't know of any tribunal that court orders are not complied with. You must comply with court orders. Otherwise, if you're Kenya Power and don't comply, you're coming to us every other day. Yes, so they will comply. Yeah.
Okay. So then, do you find that there's a lot of the same kind of cases in terms of their nature keep coming back to you? And if you do, how do you then deal with the entity or the organization for which there is that kind of complaint? Because one would imagine if I come with this issue, Dennis comes tomorrow with the same issue with the same organization, and we're coming with the same issue over and over to the tribunal, one would think that, okay, perhaps we need to have a conversation with this organization in terms of what's happening.
Yes. So I think you're right. The nature of the cases is different, but the specificity of every case is different. You find the bulk is metering, billing. I mean, the bulk is metering, billing. And so there's that category, a lot of billing and meter issues. However, the specificity of it is different. If I'm sure, if you asked, you and Dennis were complaining about your power bill, your complaint could be different. You could say, my power started changing on this day, or you could say, mine changed when there is the meter was changed, or when a specific. So the specificity is different whereas you could be lump sum, the specificity is different. Then you have licenses cancelled by EPRA. They are a big matter, but your license could be cancelled for a different thing and this one for different. So you wouldn't have this blanket. But when you ask about, maybe to answer your question, there are things like we can agree with Kenya Power is that if, and the law is clear, if there is a dispute then, and you're already within the tribunal, let's reconnect this industry as the matter is going on in the tribunal.
Yeah.
So there could be that cross-cutting issues where we all have agreed, and the law agrees that if the matter is then within the tribunal, let's reconnect the person as we deal with the matter on the tribunal. Yeah, but every matter is different in terms of how specific the issues are.
Okay.
See, Mheshimiwa, when you talk about Kenya Power, there's a feeling out there because
they are monopoly.
We are a monopoly. If you have an issue with you, perhaps it's because meter reading never happened. You sent me estimates.
Exactly.
I feel as though these estimates you're sending me are not what I consumed.
Yeah.
And Kenya Power comes and decides to disconnect you from the poll, which is something you can't even start dealing with.
Yes.
And these are issues that you see over and over again. At that point, even during say the court open day, when you're meeting with Kenyans,
Yes.
and because you are in this sector together with Kenya Power, would these be discussions that just talking about making sure that the citizenry gets proper service?
Yes, and I hope you can invite them, the Kenya Power, and ask them. And it's because there is all this big, powerful Kenya Power that people fear, that this big entity, because ukikatiwa stima kwa poll, what can you do?
Where are you going to start
Yes,
from?
where do you start? And I'm sure you will tell me, Doris, you said I go to Kenya Power, and I checked the timelines, they say 7 days, and then go to EPRA, another 60 days, my portion meal is not working. I have no source of income. There is that. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. It's just telling them, and holding them accountable. I think when you hold them accountable and, keep holding them accountable, then, But I know they have changed, and they're trying to be citizenry focused. Yes. Because, you don't operate in isolation. You operate to serve Kenyans, and you're in the business of serving Kenyans.
Sure.
Yes, and I hope you'll invite them. Then all these, because I see all the questions are on Kenya Power, people then so that then they can respond.
Right.
Yes.
So a couple of years ago, there was this explosion that happened just here in Embakasi, the Mradi explosion, and obviously we where it came from. So victims of that, if there was no recourse, whether we're talking about from county, whether from the individual, would that be something that could come to the tribunal to seek redress for some of those issues?
Yes.
And how would they go about that?
So they would first go to EPRA again. Yes. And then they would then come. Yes. I'm telling you, think anything in the energy and petroleum sector. Think of those gas explosions. So from the gas explosions, there's the cancelled license, and then there's the affected individuals. All those can come to the tribunal. Even the other gas, you remember the gas explosion that was on the road, a gas tanker, those are also matters within our jurisdiction. Yes. And if you think about a petrol station being constructed next to you and you're dissatisfied, those are also in our purview. Anything energy, anything petroleum, you can come to the tribunal.
What would you be telling Kenyans today, who are sitting with an issue and saying, okay, I'm not quite sure where to go with this, or if I have an issue in court today that perhaps maybe I can withdraw this and come to the tribunal, at least to get it sorted out, and you don't have to deal with continuances and stays and things like that. How would you advise? What would you be saying to them today?
So what I want to tell Kenyans today is that first, more likely than not, there's a tribunal for everything. Start at the tribunal. So just go to our website and check tribunals in Kenya, and you'll see they are categorized, in terms of human rights, in terms of commercial tribunals and all. Check, is the issue I am having, is there a tribunal for it? Or even call our number at the tribunals. Is the issue I am having, can it be resolved by a tribunal? then come to a tribunal, which is faster, as we have said, then you go to a tribunal. It's a matter you have in energy and petroleum. Have you gone to EPRA? Have the 60 days over? Are you dissatisfied with what EPRA has said? Come to the tribunal. So what I would encourage Kenyans is just to know that there are now tribunals in the judiciary that deal with specific matters, that are subject matter experts in that area, and that can deal with every issue you have. So your first recourse, check if there's a tribunal that can deal with your matter. And most likely, there will be a tribunal that can deal with your matter.
Do you have a website? Or what?
Yes.
Right.
Tribunals in Kenya. Yes. Let me.
Tribunals in Kenya?
Yeah, let me just go to the specific of it.
Or you can Google tribunals in Kenya.
Yes. Yes. And it's under the judiciary.
Okay.
So if you go to tribunals in Kenya, let's do together.
It's actually energytr@court.go.
But if you go at the judiciary, you can see there's this one, know your tribunal.
Okay.
Yeah, then it's drop down, you will see all the tribunals.
Those are there.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's always great to have this information and to have these conversations. The Honourable Doris Mwirigi is the chairperson of the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal and has been here this morning discussing with us access to justice and bringing justice really into the hands of Kenyans.
Yes.
And we've been looking at that tribunal today and some of the things that you could do. Call the tribunal today, essentially, is what we are saying. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you for having me.
Asante sana.
Asanteni sana. Always a pleasure.
Asante. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The IEBC selection panel is this morning expected to proceed with interviews for the candidates shortlisted for the position of member of the commission in an exercise that will conclude on April the 25th. Last evening, the Dr. Nelson Makanda-led panel interviewed Saul Simiyu, the last of 11 candidates shortlisted for the position of chairperson. Here's Makanda speaking to reporters after the exercise.
Having successfully completed the process of interviewing the chairperson, the panel wishes to reaffirm its commitment to the continued conduct of the remaining recruitment process with the utmost impartiality, fairness, and transparency. We extend our sincere gratitude to Kenyans who have participated by following the proceedings and the interest that they have demonstrated.
Makanda also invited the public to avail in writing under oath by memoranda any information of interest with respect to the suitability of any of the shortlisted applicants.
We ask that this comes to us at least 5 days before the interview date so that we are able to furnish the applicant with the same memoranda for their response. The memoranda may be forwarded to the chairperson of the selection panel using the addresses provided for on the website and in the adverts that have gone there before, or may be dropped in as a registered mail or hand-delivered mail between 8 and 5 p.m. at our offices.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has made an impromptu visit to the Kanywa Mbora irrigation water project in Mbeere North for a routine inspection of the ongoing project. Upon landing at the project site on Wednesday, Kindiki spent about 20 minutes interacting with workers and helped them install an underground water pipe. He emphasized the significance of the project, saying it will alleviate water scarcity in the region.
Huu ni mradi wa takriban milioni 150. Kuna miradi ingine ambayo iko katika mipango. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa hapa safari nyingi. Na hapa Mbeere North ni mahali penye rotuba, penye udongo mzuri. Shida ya hapa ni ukosefu ya maji ya kutosha. Ndio unaona serikali inatia maanani mambo ya maji, sana sana maji ya kilimo, lakini pia maji ya kunywa kwa watu wetu.
People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua has urged Kenyans to keep checking government excesses days after ODM leader Raila Odinga signed a cooperation agreement with President William Ruto. Karua was speaking during a funeral in Tharaka Nithi County where Raila maintained that he is not a government official. Karua said it's Raila's right to walk his own path, but vowed to keep holding the Kenya Kwanza administration to account.
It is the right of those who feel that broad-based is the way to go. It is also our right to disagree, and that is why I firmly remain in the opposition. I firmly remain with the people. And today we must continue questioning government, questioning its policies. We must continue saying no to abductions, saying no to executions, saying no to grand theft of public funds.
All eyes are now on Aden Duale as he replaces Health CS Deborah Barasa after a tumultuous period at Upper House, not least because of the chaotic transition from NHIF to SHA. Kenyans expect the former Environment and Defence CS to address the inefficiencies and inequalities in SHA and ensure a steady supply of drugs across all public facilities. The former Garissa Township MP, who served as National Assembly Majority Leader between 2013 and 2020, has since taken to his X account, saying he's deeply grateful to President Ruto for his trust and confidence. Duale pledged to remain committed to working with relevant stakeholders in driving government policies that strengthen the delivery of accessible and quality healthcare services to all Kenyans. Fired Public Service CS Justin Muturi has also taken to his X account to dismiss as fake a press statement on social media where he appears to downplay his dismissal. Muturi asked Kenyans to disregard the statement, which says he's not been informed of any decision to relieve him of his duties. President Ruto named Mbeere North MP Geoffrey Ruko as Muturi's replacement as he reshuffled his cabinet on Wednesday. President Ruto also nominated the widow of the late Baringo Senator William Cheptumo, Hannah Wendot, as the CS Gender, Culture, the Earth and Heritage. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so into traffic hour proper, that's where we are at a few minutes after 8 o'clock. It is quite busy into the city today. As you come off the Thika Superhighway, that's not doing too badly, actually. It has reduced as you come in from Githurai. Also, then some traffic on Kiambu Road. Just at that dip, there is some, but then as you get towards Muthaiga Square, that slows down a little bit, so that's all right. Rather disappears a little bit. And also on Limuru Road, that started very heavy off the jump. Ngong Road doesn't look too bad. Langata Road also starting to clear up. Are we getting out of traffic hour already? All right, what to look at? The Eastern Bypass, some traffic then as you approach North Airport Road. Outer Ring traffic coming then towards North Airport Road is very busy, and traffic on Jogo Road going towards Landis. Also, just as you pass the Makadara train station. But it looks like we'll be able to contain it for now. Let's keep an eye on things as we try to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we're looking at a number of issues. Of course, we will talk about then some political alignments and look at what happens then moving forward as you look at the landscape. But before we do that, we have to remind you that there's a card. It's a multi-currency card, and if you use it, as you use it, not if, because you will be. When you use it, remember that you can get points. You can gather these points and you can use them for many other things, right? Whether it's groceries, whether it's fuel, whether it's luxury shopping, make every swipe count. And you can give and get rewards for your shopping. So what's even better, every 20th customer to get the card card gets 50,000 milele points, which is worth 50,000 shillings. So what am I asking you to do today? Apply for the apply for the I&M Bank World Card MasterCard on the I&M Bank On The Go app. Swipe, earn, and live your best life. So what are we doing? We're getting the card. We're applying on the I&M Bank On The Go app. We're applying for the Milele card, the I&M Bank World MasterCard. You're applying for that. You're going, you're shopping, you're swiping, you're traveling, you're doing all kinds of things. You're earning points. And then if you're the 20th person to apply for this, you're going to get 50,000 points, and it's worth 50,000 shillings, which you can then use again to travel, shop, and live your best life. So you need to get on the app today, apply for the card, and get on to winning, living your best life with the I&M World Credit MasterCard, right? ALX saying, come to us when you're done with your high school education.
Yes, and you come to us and we'll take you again where? To the world. Take you to universities across the world. And Alex, through its pathways, is telling young Kenyan graduates from high school that they are able to access universities across the world. But what kind of universities are we talking about? We're talking about universities like the McAllister College, Vanderbilt University, Patton University, Hamilton College, Bates College, Tufts University, UC Berkeley, or the University of Chicago, and many, many more universities that do exist. And ALX is partnering with these universities to make sure that young Kenyan high school graduates get access to quality education. And to get these, you go to bit.ly/LX Pathway SFM. Bit, that is bit-ly/LX Pathways SFM. There you will get all the information, tick all the boxes, apply, get your mentors, and get to these universities.
There you go. And those are some of the things that we'll share some more information about: what to do with your money, what to do with your education. The Honourable Sabina Chege, nominated Member of Parliament, is here with us this morning and sits in the hot seat of the Situation Room. Mheshimiwa, good morning.
Morning to you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good to have you here.
It's good to see you, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. This year. I haven't seen you this year. This is true. And we're already going into April.
Imagine. 1/4 of the year is gone.
It's already gone. And in that 3 months, so many things have happened. And we'll be looking at some of those things and getting insights as we enter into this conversation this hour, necessary for us to do at some point, whether we like it or not. CT normally is here, as you know, and CT normally shares a proverb with us, but CT had, something that he had to go and do today. So he was here earlier, but then had to leave. But he's left a proverb, and we'd like to tell you what that proverb is, and then see how you would interpret that for us as we start.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. And he's delegated me the opportunity. His shoes are big to fill, but anyway, I'm here for it. So the proverb of the day comes from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. And the proverb goes as, before you eat, open your mouth. Before you eat, open your mouth. How would you interpret that?
I'll say just maybe also the same. Before you speak, think twice. That's what I think. Because there's no way you would eat without your mouth open, but sometimes we speak without thinking. So I'll just twist it to before you speak, think twice.
Before you speak, think twice.
Proverb responding to a proverb.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Nice.
Indeed. So, we've had you in the chair in certain situations whereby there were certain things, whether it was dealing with party politics, internal party wrangles, or whether it was looking at what we wanted to be done and look for a leader for coming from Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya has always been the reference point for so many things when it comes to this Kenya's politics, whether we're talking about the numbers or we're talking just about the political gravitas that this particular region has, whether we're talking about who the ringleader is going to be, whether we're talking about whether there will be representation at, the national level, whether there will be a candidate, so many things come into play. And even with those thoughts, so many things have changed. In 2 months, we've seen huge change around the politics. And Mount Kenya always seems to be part of the variables for that formula. From where you sit now and for all the things that you've seen passing before your eyes over the last 8 weeks, where are your thoughts around this, Mheshimiwa?
Well, I'll say at some point in the alignment, Mount Kenya seemed to be the loser or losing part of the positions that were allocated in government. After the Gen Z, after the realignment that happened, we lost the position of the CS Treasury. And then after that, there was also a lot of anticipation when the changes were coming for the PSs, but we thank God that we actually got an additional PS. And yesterday again, what happened, we got CS Muturi being replaced by his party member, Okoh, Honorable Okoh, who is also member of parliament from the same locality. So that was quite some, I would say, balancing. But what we are suffering from as Mount Kenya after Uhuru, there was no passing of the baton. That's what I would say. And there was no mentorship. And I want to take you back when we had the President Kibaki, and when his time came, it was not him who spoke, but he had some wazes, some old friends of his who were also in the cabinet, and he used then the minister, the late John Mishuki, to say, if you want to come to Central Kenya, the only person you need to speak to, or the person who is going to take up leadership, is going to be the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. But when we got to the 2022, there was a bit of some split. There was a bit of people leaving the Jubilee Party then, which was the party that was seemed to be the party for Mount Kenya. And so by the time the former president left, he didn't really mentor, he didn't really give somebody or pass the baton or even use his allies to build. And what happened immediately after 2022, and I would like to give my own personal experience, especially in Jubilee, we started having the wrangles and pull and push, and we kind of lost leadership. We tried to talk to the former president, we tried to ask him to come and bring us together, but what happened? We ended up going to courts. That really was not what we anticipated for. That's not what we would have wanted. And so when the people who are in UDA now went to government, remember there was also a pull and push between who was to become the deputy president then, if you had to go back to 2022. There was a battle between then the current deputy president, Honorable Kithure Kindiki, and also then the Mathira MP, who now became the deputy president, who is now out, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. And so we saw there was no... the Mount Kenya also, as they went to UDA, there was no, they were not united. They didn't unanimously agree on a candidate that they said this was our person. And remember, the president, current president, went out to select a person he felt maybe this is a person I would have worked with. And 1 year and a half down the line, they couldn't really work. And so again, he went out and selected another person who was by then the preference of the Mount Kenya MPs who were in UDA then, and confirmed what they had chosen earlier. And so this was just a matter of now exchange. This is what you had asked for, I've given what you have asked for. So Professor Kithure Kindiki currently as the deputy president, I would say he's trying. He has tried to call the leaders. Personally have participated in like 3 meetings, which is the meeting of the leaders from the mountain. And he has tried to bring people together, even the people who were not together by the time the mountain split because of the, when the deputy president was leaving. There are people who supported him, others didn't support him, but he has brought everybody together. And the meetings, the 2 meetings that the 3 I've participated in, he has called people, and his meetings are issue-based. The first meeting we went was about the coffee and the coffee reforms, and we had several way forwards, and we had allocations of what to be done by the members of parliament, by the senators. And he has also started meeting people from their various regions, and especially the counties from Mount Kenya. Though he has also met people from the other areas, other counties, but we have seen, like, he has not met Murang'a County, he has not met I think Nyandarua, Nyeri, and Kirinyaga. But he has met majority of the county and the leadership and the opinion leaders, just to try and get the feel, because majority of the leaders, they would say, what is tunasikiza ground? What is the ground saying? But there was a bit of people feeling that there are projects that were started that they were never done, or there were promises that were made, they were never fulfilled. And so that is what he's trying to gather now, and to see then what is our priority, where are we? Because after the finance bill failed, many promises that were given then by the current president, they were not able to be achieved. And so And then there were also, when the whole thing came up, there were also some people who are talking also from other regions, saying the development was only going to Mount Kenya. So there's a time we need to share, all of us. But I would say also the children, the people from Mount Kenya, not people from the lesser God, they're also Kenyans. And so they also deserve projects that were promised to be done, projects that were started to be finished. And we understand we might be the majority, but we're not the only Kenyans. And we have been there, we have shared with people. And so the biggest gap came on the leadership. And without having a person who was the leader or who was trusted leader, because when the former deputy president came in, he was a bit combative. He actually started fighting with his own members of parliament. There was no agreement. And now with the when the former president also left us, even the people in Jubilee Party, we were left without a leader. We were left grumbling. Is it Kanini Kega? Who is the SG? Is it Kioni? Is it Sabina? Is it who? So there was also a lot of confusion. But I think it's a wake-up call for the people of the mountain. And at this point, and especially when we are preparing for the president to come, it is not a time for us to do the blame game. It's a time for us, because we are at half-term now. We only have now 2 years to go. Then we go to the next election. And also a lesson to the voters of the mountain region, that we should not be voting for people because of whom they support, because of emotions or who they sent away or something like that. But we should be looking at the people who can be able to work for us, who can be able to, go to parliament and represent us in the best way possible. We have members of parliament, before we even look at the national level, we have the members of parliament who are taking 200 million per year, and it's supposed to go to the ground. And apart from that 200 million per year with the NGCDF, there's also money that comes through maybe the roads, Kera. There's also money that comes through the rural electrification. There's a lot of money that comes in. So how are we managing this? Before we even say, we had projects that are big projects, like for instance, in our area, we are looking at Mau Mau. That was started, that had stalled, that now they have started again. We have started seeing the contractor coming down. But what is the role of the MP? Every other governor. I saw when the former deputy president left, there are several governors who came to parliament, and they were trying to, lobby and ask members of parliament to support them also to take the position of the deputy president. And there was a lot of money moving around. So the big question is, some of them, when they were doing the campaign, there was no money. So where did this money come from? So we need to start asking ourselves, if we have 6.5 billion or 7 billion coming to Murang'a County, what can we see on the ground? Before we look at the national level, what we can be able to share as a national cake. There's money coming, so you ask your MCA. I always say there were 6 people on the ballot. So there is what the MCA said they're going to do. There's what the MP said he's going to do. There's a governor, there's a senator, there's a woman rep, before we even get to the presidency. Because at the presidency, this is a national level where every other Kenyan feel we need to have the share of the cake.
Right.
The whole debate of, when it came in on whether it's about the population, whether it's about the kilometers, whether it's about the least developed area. And you see, if you look at the least developed areas, you'll find that these areas, when there is equalization fund, they get more money. When there's the issue of even the counties, they also, some of them, like if you look at like some counties, they also get a lot of money.
But I need to ask you though, Mahesh, that these issues that you speak of, the issues that you speak of about the need for development, and these are issues that are synonymous with anybody else in the country.
That's true.
Any other region in the country, people in the country have the same problems. But we seem to hear this loudest coming from the mountain all the time when we're talking about it's a voice that needs to be heard. So why should it matter more from one region to the other?
I would say, basically the central Kenya has a huge population. So the demands are also high, and maybe their voices are amplified because they are the majority. But that doesn't mean that the minority cannot be heard. Personally, when I was doing my campaign, and I thank God that I was actually with Azimio, because I got a chance to go to the other side of the country and see
understand.
And I was telling people, as late as, I think, late last year, was early this year actually, when we went for the burial of the father of our Speaker of National Assembly. I was shocked to find that in Bungoma County, we have a lot of mud houses. Actually, a shopping center, a whole shopping center that is made of mud. In central Kenya, maybe this is something that was unheard of, or things that we have managed to, I think
because attention was given in this area, and so that development took place.
I don't think it's the attention that was given, but I will tell you my experience when I was a young person. We used to have coffee and tea, and I was brought up by tea. My mother, we would wake up in the morning, pick tea, go to school, come back home, also pick tea that we'll keep for the night. And we worked very hard. We farmed. And when I was going to high school, what my mother could do, you were given a check to go. We never used to have CDF. We were given a check from the tea. You know, we used to have tea bonuses by December. So once you're given a check, whether you'll go with Aremis as your whatever, or you'll just cut a piece of bar soup and go to school. But our parents worked so hard. So what happened? The tea and the cash crops, I would say, in central Kenya has made the people, you know, improve their lifestyles. That is where people would get a loan even from the bank and build a decent house.
Are you saying this did not happen in other parts of the country?
I doubt. I think some of the areas like
did people not work hard in other
it's not
parts?
That they didn't work hard. You see, it depends with the cash crop that was there before. And I would say the advantage of Mount Kenya was that I want to single out tea and coffee, which again at some point, after our generation, at some point there's a time that the tea and coffee prices went down. And I can tell you, we have a generation in central Kenya that has also not gone to school. That's what happened. And I can compare. Then look at if we look at the agriculture as a backbone of any nation, the issue of like avocados, where did they start from? In central Kenya. And I'm happy that other areas, we have started seeing them growing coffee. The areas that never grew coffee, or they didn't believe that the coffee will grow in their areas, we have now seen avocados almost being planted everywhere. And this is a cash crop. So economic empowerment is very important, not necessarily because the government has supported you. Because I will tell you, I never knew my member of parliament. I never got CDF, but we worked through that tea, and the areas at the lower side of central Kenya that grow coffee, they were able to improve. What am I saying? Even when we are doing the planning of the government, even today, we need to look at those areas. And I'm a member of Agriculture Committee. Yeah. And when I met my minister, and now we have Mutahi Kagwe, and I was telling him, if you say agriculture is the backbone of any nation, then we need to see, even budgeting, we need to see things done differently. We need to look at our nation and actually do a map up and say, so what can grow, what can do well in the Western region? Then let's put our money there. What can do well at the coastal region? Because we don't have, not all crops grow in the same areas. What can do well? I have just discovered, I've become a farmer, I just discovered that apples are doing very well. And we have an innovation from a guy who was actually a mechanic called Wambogo, who has started Wambogo apples. I traveled all the way to Laikipia. I went to the farm, I have learned, I've started farming apples in my small farm in Murang'a County. So let us hold hands. When I went to Nyanza, and when I found that there was no clean water, and somebody tells you we don't have clean water because we have never supported the government, because we have always been in opposition. And that is my worry even for my own people of Mount Kenya. I'm like, do you want to go to the opposition then? And then you will not get the benefits of the government, which is really unfair, because this is how we work. That once you support the government, there's something that comes with it. Once you're out of the government, then somehow the priority is given to the people who are in government. And what I want to say here, even as a family, you have your children. There's a child that you'll see every day who is very obedient, and there's one who will go there, will not go to school, will go clubbing and whatever else. When you're dividing everything, it doesn't happen at the same time. But what I would say, as a mountain, it is a high time we are at halftime. It's a high time we have a reflection where we have come from. God has been faithful to us. We have had presidents who have come from our region, but I see like we have taken it for granted. Even our numbers that we have today, I would say we have taken it for granted. We need to leverage yes on our numbers, but also appreciate that there are other people who exist in this country, that we can be able to share our resources equally. And when we have a president who is not from our region, it doesn't mean that we will not get the benefits. Let us not be the people who are fighting all the time.
Let's get to, you mentioned Bungoma County, and one thing that stands out with Bungoma County is the fact that Pan Pepper, as we've all known it, is in Bungoma County, and that was one big economic activity that took place in Bungoma County, and which grew Bungoma County. That's just for conversation's sake. But even as we talk about the government as it is, and about Mount Kenya, we talk about the Jubilee Party, and that is a party that was considered to come from the mountain. But it is, again, the members of the party who walked away from Jubilee. And as still, you mentioned about the Wazirs coming, sitting together. But I remember Limuru 3, when former President Uhuru Kenyatta was having meetings with members from Mount Kenya with regard to how to move forward. But then again, it's people who walked out of him. But even as you talk about that, let's talk about positions in government. You talk about treasury that was taken away from Mount Kenya. Is it a preserve of Mount Kenya? Because these are positions that are supposed to work for the common man, for the 55 million people who work in this country. Why does it feel as though positions should be a preserve of a specific region and not for other regions? Yet again, the government is supposed to have the face of Kenya.
I would say it is not a preserve of Mount Kenya, but we had Professor Ndungu, who was a professional, who was initially there in Central Bank, and it was the president who gave him the position.
If it's taken away from him, is it wrong?
I'm not saying it is wrong, but I've said, if you look at the realignment, who have been the biggest losers? It's Central Kenya. Because if then you take Professor Ndungu and you don't have to be in Treasury and then give it to Honorable Bandi, who replaced him and where? That was a point where I would say, and he comes from Murang'a County, so let me also disclose my interest, that we had 2 CSs, now we have 1.
Where does meritocracy come in when it comes to positions?
Professor Ndungu was very qualified, but I also want to say I am very, very impressed by what the current CS is doing. Honorable Bandi is doing a fantastic job. I am very happy with him, and especially, this is one thing I've also learned with the William Ruto government, that he has learned to trust politicians. At some point, we were unemployable. You were only a politician, and especially when the new constitution came, and politicians could not become cabinet secretaries. So once you are a politician, once your term ends, now you go home. Like, politicians who are not even, we have politicians who are doctors, we have politicians who are professionals, we have politicians who are very well qualified, but we have seen John Bandi coming up, not only doing good at whatever he's doing, but also engaging the people, because what I've seen in Kenya is a lot of miscommunication.
So it's not a loss. So it's not a loss for the mountain, but it's a gain for the country.
It is a gain. Essentially, what I've said is not a loss because of the position of Mount Kenya. I've only said if we had 2 CSs in Murang'a, now we have 1. That's what I said about what the losses that have happened. Not because of the position. Anybody can become, so long as you are well qualified and can serve the nation. And I've said, personally, I've even gone on record congratulating Honorable Bandi, and especially demystifying, issues about finances. Somehow they tend to be very complex. And even the finance bill, I am very sure, if we had Honorable Bandi then, he would have taken time to explain to the people and even come into a conclusion when there was public participation. Right now, I've seen him several times going into, it's called Bunge la Mwananchi, interacting with that person and demystifying the whole issue of finance, the whole issue of, budgets and everything else. And he has gone in and interacted with people. That's what we need. So that means, and even in this government, what we need is communication. I am one person who feels that maybe majority of the CSs and the PSs, they sit in their offices and they don't really care about communicating what they are doing to the public. Number 2, members of parliament, if you're not in a specific committee, if you'll only participate when a bill comes on the floor of the house, you might not have all the information because a lot of work is done at the committee level, and the committee has maybe 17 people per committee. So if that, then the bill is not well explained, and the time, especially in the National Assembly, that is given, the mover of a bill is given around 15 minutes or 20 minutes. The leader of majority again gets 10 minutes. The rest of the members of parliament, you can only get sometimes 5 minutes when it's on the maximum, but sometimes you'll even be told 2 minutes. So people are not able to articulate issues very well on the floor of the House. And so the ministers, and especially the cabinet secretaries, need to take up, they need to come to these studios and not shy away. They need to come to the public, they need to come to the media and give the government position. What has happened with this current government and why it seems to be a government on an uphill task? It is because it is the president talking alone.
And others need to talk. I want us to take a break on that point. We're talking with the Honourable Sabina Chege this morning, and we are looking at, all right, fine. Is it time to maybe make a shift from whereby a lot of the talk from the mountain has been insular in terms of what's going to happen for development, and say the voice of the mountain should now be projecting and saying, let's have a conversation about what would benefit the nation as a whole. Those are some of the conversations that we're having this morning with the Honourable Sabina Chege. We're taking a break at this point, and as we come back from that break, we'll continue with those. Remember that when you imagine biting into your favorite food, you don't have any pain. Imagine that you don't have to hold your jaw and you don't have to wait for that pain or wince in that pain. You can imagine that, but you don't have to imagine it anymore. It can be a reality for you, because Sensodyne is here to give you the ultimate relief from food sensitivity. And how do we know this? Because it's the #1 brand recommended by dentists. We will keep reminding you that a happy mouth is a happy mind, and that with Sensodyne, teeth sensitivity and relief as well as everyday oral health is what you get. It's 26 minutes to 9. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, let's see what's happening with traffic hour right about now. We had stepped into it a while ago, and the Eastern Bypass still has some traffic as you're coming towards North Airport Road. Outer Ring is still pretty busy here and there. And on the Thika Superhighway, it's now whittled down to just around Survey, heading into the city. Kiambu Road is busy as you come then towards Muthaiga Square. Apart from that, nobody else seems to be suffering from this, but we're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how it progresses. Magadi Road is also busy as you get towards Langata Road. Let's talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
25 minutes to 9 a.m. and we're talking with the Honourable Sabina Chege this morning and looking at discussions, and maybe it is that the conversation around the mountain is taking a shift. With what we're seeing today.
Yes, and even when we talk about the conversation taking a shift, one would assume that with the way the government is there for the people. It's the government by the people for the people, right? And even while at it, there is a feeling out there that if you ask any Kenyan who is at the seat as a cabinet secretary or not, they would tell you we don't really care who is there. What we care about is the job done to them, delivered as promised. But feels as though it is the politicians who are pushing the agenda of we need these positions in our area. Politics is politics. But why would it be pegged on tribalism? Feels as though politicians are peddling tribalism vis-a-vis work being done.
Unfortunately, when governments are formed, there are agreements that are done. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately. And somehow, after every 5 years, we go back to our regions, and then people come in with what are you bringing on the table? And so when you say I'm bringing these numbers, then there's always a promise of this is what you're going to get. And I think we've had that conversation before, where we have had people saying after the elections, ulituruka, this is what we had agreed, this is not what you delivered. And that is how, unfortunately, our politics are shaped. And so it is because they look at numbers, and of course these numbers unfortunately also comes from tribes. Mm-hmm. And so when you come in and say I'm bringing in 5 million or I'm bringing this number of votes, then what is it on the table? Then there's always those agreements. And that's why you see people have political parties. If you compare with maybe other countries or maybe the developed countries, people normally gather and are elected as per your political party and what people believe in. You either might be a diplomat or a Democrat or Republican. So with those two, then there's what you believe in, and then you come in and bring in your agenda as a political party, and then some of even these countries, you are not elected you as an individual. It is your political party that gives your name that if we win these positions in this region, we are appointing Sabina. But you see what happens in our region and in our constitution, what we have done, I normally go and look for votes myself. And I'll have to hang around a specific political position or a political head. So I'll say, I'm in this party, I am vouching for this president. And so there's always this mpango before we get to the elections. And so unfortunately then, the whole thing happens that if you didn't support the government, and that's why you have seen my people coming in the government, others leaving the government, there's what people agreed. And not only now, even with this government, even before, there was a 207, and we had post-election violence because of what maybe was agreed and what never happened. And that's how we had the Nusu Mkate at 2008. Again, 2017, 2018, we had the handshake. Again, we have now seen 2022, we have the broad-based government. But for me, and I want to speak as Sabina, and I know charity begins at home. And so the Mount Kenya people, they deserve development like any other part of the country. So and we cannot say, that's what I'm saying, that we cannot say that other people do not deserve. I have said like any other part of the country because I've gone to Turkana. I will not still understand why we do not have water in Turkana. And we have the highest aquifer in Turkana. And Turkana County receives a lot of money per year as a county. You see, where are the priorities? And that's why I've said, before even, because when we talk about these CSAs, how many CSAs are there? There are 20-something. How many PSAs are there? So even if we are to have every region having one person, it will still not be enough. We will still not satisfy people. So we are looking at the national cake. But let's start from what comes in our region and what are we doing with it? Because I have a bone to pick with Senate. And for me, I think the formation of Senate should have been professionals, like the way we have the House of Lords, who would come in, who are nominated, who comes in not for a pay, but who comes to give their services and their what they know, their expertise to the government. The role of the Senate is supposed to be to oversight what the governors are doing, to actually look at the money that is going to Turkana. How is that money being used? I don't know the business that the Senate have to be summoning cabinet secretaries who are oversighting the national government, where the Senate has nothing to do with the national government. They are supposed to be looking at the resources that are going to the counties and how those the resources are being done. Look at agriculture is devolved, but have we fully devolved agriculture? No. We have health that is devolved, but have we fully devolved health? No. So why are we still having a lot of say on agriculture and on health coming from the national government, where this is a devolved function? That is what the Senate should be fighting for.
But there is conversation that it's the government itself that does not want.
It's not about the government that does not want.
That does not want to
That is what the Senate. That is what the Senate should be fighting for.
The national government does not want to let go devolved functions, and that has been pegged on the fact that there is funds allocated to these ministries, hence why they're still domiciled in the national government. But let's talk about delivery to the people, because you've mentioned you as Sabina Chege, what it is you're doing for the people. And one would ask, even our listeners are asking, what have you done for the people of Murang'a?
What have I done for the people? You know, I'm nominated. Whatever I do, I don't do it for the people of Murang'a.
You've been there before as elected
Yes,
member.
I did. And I have my track record is clear for the 10 years with the school I've built, with the children I've taken to school. And I have, even today, even yesterday, I was in Murang'a County. And I was still working for the people. And I have a school now that I'm building that I started from zero from the time I was elected. The school, last year, it took around 20 girls to the university. And I'm still building for them. I'm still helping children. I have my foundation because right now I don't have a CDF or any other kitty. And I talk to my friends. I do fundraisers every year to be able to have that kitty of my Sabina Chege Foundation to cater for education of the very less privileged. When I am now currently even working with the government, any opportunity I get from NYS, from teachers, I still give not only students from Murang'a County, but also across the country. Because for me now, I'm nominated and I represent now the entire country. I have gone, I have met people, and that's what I've said. Central Kenya people should thank God, because majority of them have never left the region to go and see how the other regions are.
So wouldn't that be an opportunity? And here we're talking about looking at a nationwide, we're looking at Kenya-centric. Usually it has been region-centric. Can we look at a Kenya-centric approach towards how the nation does its politics? Because sadly and unfortunately, and I will say unfortunately, that it has been can our person then be there because then we will benefit? We can't run away from that reality.
I think if you
is
look
it possible to have a situation whereby that experience, which you've said now, you've linked to it a couple of times in this conversation, to say that if you took that privilege, which has been dealt for years, and now looked outward and say this is how it should actually be, and start to climb for the whole of Kenya, is that possible?
It is, because with this broad-based government, even when the president started the tours, he didn't start with Central Kenya. He has gone to other regions, and nobody complained that he went to North Kenya. No, he was in Northern Kenya. He was at the coast for some time. He went to the Nyanza region for some time. Nobody complained that he was there. It is our time now. He's coming to Central Kenya, because I have said the children and the people of Central Kenya, they're also not children of the lesser God, and they also deserve development, and they also deserve the project that started to be finished.
Must the leader come from Central Kenya because of the numbers?
Not necessarily. Central Kenya stood with the president. I think gave him around 80% of their vote, 87% of their votes, and he was not from their region. Even us who are with Baba got around 1.3 million votes from Central Kenya, something that had never happened before.
And yet,
so this was the beginning. This was the beginning.
But let's look at the realities of what happened. It still looked as though they felt anybody who is running for president or running for still feels that they need to have somebody from Central Kenya either backing them or on the docket.
If it was about Central Kenya person running for president, we had Maure, and they would have voted for him.
Really?
But they went for William Ruto as the president, and they also the next vote, a huge vote from Central Kenya, went to Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. So I would not say that Central Kenya would not support any other person. And I've said, yes, we might not ignore their numbers. Yes, they also deserve to have development. We also have them. They're also taxpayers. So we cannot say that we will shelve them for the benefit of other region. What we are saying, this is a cake that we all need to share, all of us. But my point was, in Central Kenya, they are members of parliament. They are governors. And not only in Central Kenya, in also other regions where development seem not to be reaching there. Maybe this is a high time we also do an audit. We have had the spirit of us having the county government or devolved government was to make sure that development goes to the grassroots and not necessarily at the national level, that this is where we are dividing the national cake. And so we need to do maybe an audit and ask ourselves, from the time we go to the county government or devolved government, what are the successes? How much money has gone to this county? And what can we see that the governors have done? Because we have also seen, and I think governors need now to be aware, that now we have seen 2 or 3 governors going to jail. And this is a very good start, that we need to be very careful as governors and to know you are the custodian of your people and your region. And even I saw, even when they went to the State House, what is your governor asking for? What is his role? Is he also working closely? Because there are governors who don't see eye to eye with their members of parliament. And this is why I have said, let us not vote, and I will repeat again, emotionally. Because we are voting for Sabina because she supports so and so. Or because, a lot of people, and unfortunately, let me also give, because I'm from Central Kenya, a lot of people who are either backing the president or who are backing the former deputy president, it is because they are looking at 2027, whether I'm going to be voted or not.
Absolutely, whether I'll have a position.
Exactly. Not looking at what will I have done for my people within that time. And yesterday, because I was in a place called Muroka in Kandara, and last week I was in Kiharu, I told people, you need to now have a book and start writing. So that when it comes to 2027, look at that member of parliament, not based on who he followed or supported, because you gave him a job. There was a tagline that Governor Wairimu used, I think in 2022, which in Kikuyu was saying, "Wera warie," which is, let your work speak, or let the work speak for you itself. So that is what people should be looking at, and not only in Central Kenya, but also with members of parliament. We have members of parliament who have been voted in for 20 years, but if you look at their constituencies, there's nothing to show. There are some members who are governors, and I've said not only in Central. I went now to the rest of Kenya, and you saw there were some governors who were given the positions because they support, or the party leader said, this is the person I want. But this is not the person the people wanted. Or this person has no track record of what he has done for the people. But he was given a position of a governor. Some were given the position of senators. Some were given the position. So even political parties, we need to be fair to our people. Sometimes there are people who will be given party ticket because maybe of the money or the support or the relationship they have with the party boss, but they have nothing to show.
But it looks as though exactly that happened when we're looking at cabinet reshuffles and reappointments, that there was a direct link between this region and those who were given positions in order to carry some kind of favor, whether it is now or for the future. It looks very clear that that's what happened. In fact, the speculation, it's not even speculation, it could be seen, and it was clear that you said it went around the country, and those who were given positions were given those positions to soothe the region.
Because also remember that it is still in this election where we saw people getting into agreements in terms of percentages.
Not only this, not only this election. Maybe this one was well outspoken, but any other election that I have said that we have had before. If you look at 2002, when there was Kibaki's time when Moi was leaving, you remember when the Prime Minister Raila Odinga supported Kibaki. Immediately when they were getting to 205, there was a split. And you remember there's something that we agreed on that has not been honored. It's only that he never went to public. Then went to 2007, 2013 when Uhuru came in with William Samoei Ruto. It was almost an obvious case that there was an agreement, even on positions. 2017, the same thing. And the whole disagreement with Jubilee Party came in on 2018 when Uhuru did the handshake with the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. And so there was like, somebody has come in and have taken our spaces. And even now with the broad-based, where we have seen some people have really performed very well. I have not done analysis of the new ones that have been appointed recently, but I know Mheshimiwa Okoh, who has now replaced Muturi, which was that was a position for DP. And Mheshimiwa Okoh was the only MP for the Democratic Party. It seems the party has gotten back what maybe they had negotiated for a cabinet secretary. So there are things that we might not be able to change now because of the way we do our things. We will have to wholesomely look at the way we conduct our elections. Currently, we don't have an IEBC. We have areas that don't have members of parliament, don't have MCAs. So even ourselves, that's what I've said, we are at halftime. Apart from the politicking and all this realignment that we have done. So now if the politics, we are now at stability.
Right.
Then we need to look at the priority of Kenyans. We need to have IBC, we know now the interviews are ongoing, but that is a body that we need to reconstitute urgently and immediately. Then after that, then we look at our budgets. What are we doing? And I said I'm in the committee, I'm only in one committee of agriculture. I challenged the new minister, who is Minister Mutahi Kagwe. And I told him now, let us not just do the budgets the way, ministry comes in, we are adding 2% or 3% or 10% from our previous year's budget.
Yeah.
But we need to look at Kenya currently. Where are we? What are we looking at? How do we manage to make sure that from the coastal region all the way to the western region, we are able to map up and say, this is where we need to put the money, because then stability is not only on maize. We put a lot of emphasis on maize. So there's fertilizer, there's maize prices and everything, because then there was ugali. Is ugali the only thing then we can be able to feed Kenyans? No. There are other opportunities. The sorghum, there are green grams, and there are areas that can do very well with fruits. And we need now to specifically also give these areas money so that the farmers can be able to develop. We have ADC, we have AFC, which is a corporation that finances the farmers.
Right.
So there are farmers who do not know how they can be able to access to these finances. So we need also the ministers to come out. The people who are the CEOs of corporates, they are paid with the taxpayers' money. They also need to come in and tell people, hey, I am the MD of AFC. This is how you can be able to access to the resources. There is money for farmers. This is what you need to do, so that then it's not only a few people who know how they can be able to access to these resources. And I think with the information, that's why I've said the president has tried, but he seems to be the only one who is speaking. The CSs need to up their game.
How do
And I think he also needs to now read out the Riot Act to his CSs and his PSs, so that they don't just comfortably sit and make deals in the offices, but they need to come out and face the ground and see the reality. Because what happens, let me give you an example of this injection that was about the cows.
Right. The vaccination.
And then there was a whole issue of, I don't know, farting, I don't know what, and I don't know, Bill Gates. And there was a whole hullabaloo about it. And this thing was about the foot and mouth disease. Why couldn't the ministry and the minister then
share the communication
and say, by the way, the foot and mouth disease, we know even when we were small children, we could take our cattle to the cattle dip. There was a time that the veterinary would come in and there was a vaccination. So even human beings at some point, like when there was corona, there was vaccination. So why don't you come out and give a clear communication? Now the president came out, he was kind of upset and saying, if you are not, you are talking against this vaccination, you must be stupid. But because he knew the information. But Kenyans did know that this was about foot and mouth. It was not even known for all regions. It depends with where the cows were and where the regions that were starting with the vaccination. This vaccine was being or is being produced here in Kenya. It had nothing to do with Bill Gates. But what did we do? We made the people in the social media have a free day. They came in and there was a lot of speculation. And you see, communication is key.
Do you see a time, and hurtling towards, like you said, it's half term, and there's 2 years left in this administration, whereas all we've heard with the moving of the deputy president, former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, and all of that moving, where all we've heard is that there needs to be a kingpin coming from the mountain. People need to please the mountain. People need to make sure that the mountain is on the right side of rain. Do we see a time where that high energy is diffused and spread around the country? Sabina Chege can say it this morning and say, look, we need everybody in the country. We need the mountain to appreciate what they've seen, because there are parts of the country who don't have that privilege. Do we see a time where that high concentration of attention is diffused around the country and people can start to... I don't expect people to... I expect that people should take where they come from as first. Charity begins at home. That given. Yeah. But do we see a time where this can now finally be diffused, start to be diffused, and say that the person who comes into a position of leadership at whatever level, from the very basic level, is thinking, yes, your area, but then is thinking nationally? It's possible. It is possible, but we also need to relook, and that's what I've said. We have to relook at even how we come up with our political parties, because if you look at even the political parties we have, apart from now UDA that has a national outlook, even Jubilee currently, it's not really central Kenya. There's a lot of people from the northern region, from Isiolo. Jubilee, I think out of 28 members of parliament, you only have 11 who are from central Kenya. So we cannot say now Jubilee party is a central Kenya party, but we need to start at looking at how we formulate our political parties. So let's have what the political party stands for, not where it comes from, or the people who are the leaders, where they come from.
Yet to mention that one of the main reasons why seems as though Mount Kenya failed is because it didn't have a political party.
Not a political party. It had a political party because Jubilee was a political party. It had UDA that was basically UDA. A lot of people are from Mount Kenya region, but there was no passing of baton. And I will tell you, when the president Uhuru Kenyatta left, there was no one who was left as the person who would organize the people from Mount Kenya. And I've said, from the UDA side, there was this disagreement between the deputy president, who was to become a deputy president. So even when Rigathi Gachagua came in, he was not fully accepted by all the members. But he was a favorite of the president then. From Central Kenya, when Uhuru Kenyatta left, there was no person who came in to stand in. And leadership is key. Even a house, even in your own home, you can't just say, there's no leader. There's a father, there's a mother, there's some structure. And that doesn't mean because you want to dominate, but it just means even the young people who are coming in, they need to look up to someone who can speak to them. And with due respect with my former party leader, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, even if he retired, and he's not supposed to be practicing politics, he is an elder who can call in people and tell them, this is what I think, this is what I would advise you. Not necessarily engaging or going in and talking to at the rallies and everything and everywhere else. And you can say, this way I think you are heading the right direction, this one you're not heading the right direction. I want to give it up to the president. He looks at people, and I don't want just to say from his region, but he mentors young people. Look at the people like Dende Nyoro, who made them. It was the president, William Ruto. He came up as a young person. He has had confidence in him. He gave him a chance. Whatever may be happening now, I may not be privy to, but he gave him a chance. I look at the people, young people who have come in. I have been one of the people, even when the president, you go in a function, he will tell you, don't come dressed like this way next time. He will tell you, this is not how to speak. He's a person who will pick a phone call and tell you, nimekusikiza. And he can challenge you. He's a person who will tell you, you have a potential. This is how you need to do. You need to have a stand in politics. You need to do what? He takes his time to mentor and to even explain. Even when this broad-based government came in, He called his people and took time to explain to them and told them, this, I cannot do it alone. We need to get everybody coming in together.
So you need to have a kingpin.
Not really.
Needs to have a kingpin.
It's a leader. That's why you will, even in a country, you have a president. You must have a person who leads you, because what happens, and especially with us politicians, if we decide everybody then is a leader, it is either my way or the highway. So if I say this and I don't like this other person, we need to have a central place where we can be able to seek, and even to seek for direction, even for us to seek for advice, and come out together and say, so what is our priority? But what has happened currently in Central Kenya, we have everybody now. We don't have really a person who we can say. But now, as I've said, I want to give it up to Kithure Kindiki. He's trying. And he's not doing it for himself, like I want to be me, or because I want to be there 2027. He's doing it for the sake of the unity of the region. And number two, asking then, because our people are complaining, what is it that they are saying? Unajua, there is this thing that people say, tunasikiza ground. So what is the ground saying? And if there are genuine concerns that our people have, then how do we address them? Will we address them trying to demean the government, or will we address them trying to demean and the other people? You know, because there was a whole story about the shareholding. Or will we ask for it, you know, with humility, and this is what we really deserve? So the approach where you don't want to have to push everybody else, where you appreciate that everybody has their share and we also deserve our share. And I think that's the approach now Honorable the Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has done, which I appreciate. And even as we are going to the mountain, I participated for the last day in Nairobi. And I was happy when I went round with the President and the members of Parliament. After the meeting, we had a meeting in State House. And the members of Parliament said, for the first time, there's a president who has gone to visit and to do projects in Nairobi when there's no campaign. Initially, after campaign in Nairobi, people just leave Nairobi and come back. And you know, Nairobi has the highest voter basket.
Right.
Comes back to look for vote again after 5 years. There are very many informal schools in Nairobi. There are many children who are not able to go to school. The president took time, and I will say, I'll give an example of where I went to Tena, and then there was, I went to Makandara.
Yeah.
And there are schools that are going to be built by the government to make sure that those children have an opportunity to go to a
and
government
it has
school.
To be a national outlook, isn't
That's
it?
what I'm
That's
saying.
what we're talking about.
Nairobi is not about anybody. It's everybody is in Nairobi. It's about everybody. With that, and with the president going in, maybe that he does it differently, because we had our former president staying and not really going to the ground a lot. This president is a president who wakes up in the morning and goes to the ground and have a feel of what everybody is feeling. And I want to thank him, because he has gone to the other regions of Kenya
to do the same
thing.
And
now it is his time to come to Central Kenya. So he will listen to the people of Central Kenya. They have their asking, and I say they deserve it.
And you listen to everybody.
It
will be interesting to see what this conversation and how this actually plays out in the coming months, because I think it is important that it is diffused to the rest of the country.
But let us start with the political parties.
Well, and that's another conversation that we can actually have.
So that then we have political parties. What we know, I am voting for this political party, not because it's from my region,
but because it's ideological
of what they
in
believe,
nature.
The ideologies.
Absolutely.
So that from there, then we would say we have these people who believe in this,
and
others believe in this. And then we can vote.
Yeah. The Honourable Sabina Chege has been our guest. Sadly, our time has come to an end. But, thank you for being here this morning. Nominated Member of Parliament Sabina Chege has been in the hot seat this morning. It's 2 minutes past 9.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Nominated MP Sabina Chege has said President William Ruto walked a delicate balancing act by replacing Public Service CS Justin Muturi by Mbere North MP Geoffrey Ruku. Speaking on the Situation Room here on SpiceFM, Chege noted that Muturi and Ruku hail from the Mount Kenya region.
After the Gen Z, after the realignment that happened, we lost the position of the CS Treasury. And then after that, there was also a lot of anticipation when the changes were coming for the PSs, but we thank God that we actually got an additional PS. And yesterday again, what happened? We got CS Muturi being replaced by his party member, Okoh, Honorable Okoh, who is also member of parliament from the same locality. So that was quite some, I would say, balancing.
Hundreds of residents of Ragumo in Kisumu East Sub-County have appealed for urgent help after fierce winds and heavy rainfall ravaged their homes on Sunday. The storms left a trail of destruction, forcing residents to seek shelter wherever they could. This man spoke to reporters.
Sasa tukawa stranded mpaka hata tukalala nje sababu hakuna venye tungejisaidia. Tuko pia na watoto ndo walala kwa jirani, lakini sasa tuko stranded vile tutajikimu kimaisha, na pia kuna wengine wako shuleni pia wanafaa kukuja. Sasa tunaomba kwamba kama tunaweza pata msaada wote, hivi ni kwa serikali ama kwa well wishers, wanaweza ingilia kati watusaidie ili kwamba tuweze kujikimu. Eneo hili pia wakati serikali inazungumza ikisema kwamba tuende katika island areas na tuko kwa lowland.
A recent study shows that men are rarely tested for HIV, leading to missed opportunities for finding people who are infected with the virus. Psychologist Vincent Agola says fewer men are visiting VCT centers due to ignorance and stigma.
The reasons as to why the young generation, especially the young men and the older ones, they normally don't go for the HIV tests. Number one is the fear of discrimination. When you tell a man to go and know the status, the man will tell you, no, I don't have time to go for that. So long as my partner is safe, I'm equally safe. So there's an element of somehow ignorance. They take the status of their partners to be their own status. And in the long run, they end up blaming their partners that are the ones that are infecting them. Then this virus continues to penetrate in our midst.
Agola has urged men to get to know their status, emphasizing that starting antiretroviral treatment late in the course of infection may result in adverse health outcomes.
I would wish to advise my fellow men kindly, it is not a crime to know your HIV status. It is better you know it so that you know how to live with it. But when you live without knowing and you have it, definitely that is a time bomb. The day you will be confirmed, definitely that's when you start developing mental issues. Let's learn how to solve our issues in the best way. Let us not end your life. That is not good.
US President Donald Trump has announced new import taxes on 25% on cars and car parts coming into the US in a move that threatens to widen the global trade war. Trump, who spoke in the Oval Office, said that latest tariffs would come into effect on Wednesday next week, with charges on businesses importing vehicles starting the next day.
We're going to take back just some of the money that has been taken from us by people sitting behind this desk or another desk that's not quite as nice. And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe, and frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so traffic hasn't been too terrible today, just a little bit of it left here and there. It's busy coming off of the Thika Superhighway right around Survey, but that most of it is then going towards the city right around Pagani. And then we'll see a little bit of traffic at the Globe Cinema roundabout, but apart from that, we're not really seeing much. So traffic has done really well today, or you've done really well. Kangunda Road still has some of that, but that's up there going outbound towards Njiro. And then outbound on Outer Ring, there's some traffic as well. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this, still try to keep it moving as we go through traffic hour. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, Make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning with an education in crisis conversation that we will be having this hour and looking at some of the intrigues around that, especially with some of the pronouncements that came in from the courts yesterday and what all this then portends. Even as we do, let's then talk about what you get when you decide that you're going to get the I&M World Credit MasterCard. Upgrade your spending power. It makes money work for you with unbeatable rewards. So you can earn points on every purchase. You can redeem them for flights, shopping, and so much more. Plus, new customers stand a chance to win 50,000 free points. So what does that mean? Actually, it's the 20th customer who signs up for this. You get to win 50,000 free points, and each point equals 1 shilling. So 50,000 points is 50,000 shillings. So apply for the I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard on the I&M On The Go app. Swipe, earn, and live your best life. So we're having an education conversation. So it's just apt that you tell us about what, folks can do when they finished high school.
Yes, and you talk about high school graduates, fresh graduates from high school who want to join our universities. And ALX Pathway is giving them an opportunity to study in some of the best universities across the world. And ALX actually tells you that the deadline is on the 21st of April 2025. So let's hurry up and get applying, because through this pathway, you are able to join these universities and improve on yourself. And through ALX Pathway, you'll have an opportunity to study at global universities with options for in-person, hybrid, and online. So you can travel to these universities. You can join hybrid, sometimes inside, sometimes you're doing it online, or you can just do it online altogether, depending on the university that you have chosen. And to gain access, you'll complete the comprehensive 8-month ALX pathway, and through this pathway, the 8-month process, you're able to give you skills such as leadership, entrepreneurship, equally communication, designed to prepare you for successful university application. So you come, you get trained, you're told which one best suits you. We train you on matters to do with entrepreneurship, so that by the time you're getting there, you are ready to go. And to get these, you go to bit, that is bit.ly/LX Pathway SFM. That is bit.ly/LX Pathway SFM, and all that information you'll get there, and will finally land you where? To these universities globally.
Absolutely. And I think that just helps us segue into the conversation that we'll be having this hour when we are looking at the education debacle in the country at the moment. Joining us this hour is Dr. Maina who is the Secretary General of the Parent Association in Kiambu County, as well as Michael Soy, who is the UNSA Head of Public Service. I want to say good morning to both of you. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
And welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room today. Glad to have you here. We'll be looking this morning about the education crisis and what's ailing our universities at the moment. We did see a number of pronouncements come from the courts yesterday, but we'll get into that properly. CT normally is here. Today he had to go for an assignment, but then he's left his proverb with Dennis. There's a proverb that he gives us from a different African country every week rather. And so today, Dennis will share that with you, and then we'd like you to interpret that and tell us what it means.
Yeah, and you see, T is a teacher, and I'm a good student.
Very good.
So he's delegated the duties. So today I'm wearing his shoes, which are big to feel, but anyway, here we are. So the proverb of the day today comes from the Sahel region, but the Coup Belt pretty much. The country is Islamic Republic of Mauritania. And the proverb is, before you eat, open your mouth. Before you eat, open your mouth. How would you interpret that?
I think there's a lot of wisdom in the said proverb, because of course you cannot eat with your mouth shut. And of course, it also connotates on many other daily doings. Like you cannot project anything before you have actually thought very well, before you have actually calibrated the pathway of it. And when we go back to education, it is also like we should also open our mouth before we make any decision that affects students, parents, the poor and the rich.
The rich. Well put.
Daktari has put it so well, and I'd just like to add something small.
Yes.
Eating is taking an action, and opening your mouth is now the preparation in terms of communication and openness before we take the action. Yes.
Okay. So, as we get into this, I mean, education spans so much in terms of the spectrum. So whether we're looking at, the very basic form of education going into primary school and then getting, as we get more advanced into secondary school and then beyond that into university, across the spectrum. And it looks like, we've been dealing with issues across the wide range. But even as we look at some of the pronouncements that have been made by the courts, and if we look at what happened before that, is that we did see that the Presidential Working Party on Education reforms, then after realizing that there was this issue, the president said, okay, you guys go around the country and find out what we're going to do about this thing. And one of the things that they came up with is a funding model, which then had bans, and that's how people were essentially going to, pay for their university education. And then we saw, the petition was taken to court, it was declared unconstitutional, but then we saw that, the Court of Appeal came back yesterday and said, actually, let's stay that judgment that deemed it unconstitutional and let us have, essentially students going back to school and applying. But there seems to be a deeper problem, and I think that's what we're trying to look at today. And so let's hear from you overall what you think this particular issue looks like with an overview. Let's start with you, Dr.
Thank you very much. I think before the old system was dismantled, I think there must have been something that went afoot, because it could have been interrogated properly and see what was going wrong and what was wrong. Because I think to us as parents, we thought the old system was okay because it was not discriminatory. It was giving money to the boom, or the money that is supposed to be given for education to everybody equally. And of course, there was also the bursary factor from the Minister of Education, and it was distributed to the most needy student. The new system persecutes the student to say where they come from. So as parents, we find it a bit discriminatory because students shy away or shy off to talk about poverty of their parent. It stigmatizes student. Therefore, student at a certain pace, they give the wrong information. They try to insinuate as if their parents were also not very poor, and that's where we first went wrong. So I think the old system could have furnished well. It could have worked better for everyone, because what we think is that everybody, according to our constitution, and every student have the right to access education. Everyone. So I think I don't want to say, because the quota is there now, it says that if you are not well funded, you can appeal. By the time you are saying you are giving people a leeway of appeal, is because there are a lot of gaps and there are a lot of misgiving in what you are doing. So I think rather than doing that, I think we should at once either furnish the new model of funding and make sure that the poor are identified from primary schools. If they are identified from primary schools, then we shall not be, draining anybody in this country.
Michael, let's go to you and get an overview of what your thoughts are about what is currently happening at the university level when education is concerned.
What happens is from the start, we look what is the genesis of this problem. Why do we have the new funding model in the first place? It's because of the ballooning numbers of enrollments of students into the universities. And the capitation that we've always had from the government has been minimal. And the government had to look through and ask ourselves, how are we going to meet this problem? And that is what led to the introduction of the new funding model. However, the new funding model has had its own problems, right from the means testing instrument, how are we able to gauge what the student is doing. But when the dons in these fields come back and say, let us revert back to the differentiated unit cost, we are not heading anywhere. And when the stakeholders and the people who are concerned in making these decisions do not engage with the students, with the parents, and with the lecturers in the university, we are not basically heading anywhere. So the big question we should be asking ourselves is, how do we refine the new funding model to ensure that it meets the needs of the students, the needs of the parents, and the needs of the universities?
So, Michael, you are in the student leadership
yes.
at the university. So, in terms of, let's compare both for the sake of comparison, the old funding model and the new funding model. What are the students that you lead saying with regard to what worked for them?
With what works, it's not about what the student is saying, but with what can work and what the documentation would say. And having gone through the documentation, you'll find that in the DUC, that's the differentiated unit cost, the government will take care of 80% of the cost of the program, and then the parent will take care of 20%. But there was the deficiency. Before the introduction of the new funding model, you realize that the government only remitted 48% of what they are supposed to submit. So there's a deficit of around 32%. And this 32% is what have been causing now the skyrocketing deaths in public universities. On this other hand, when we come now to the new funding model, they are trying to re-engineer how they are financing university education. So if I would think from the shoes of just a student, I would basically say, let us revert back to DUC and everything will be fine. But that will be at the detriment of the university. And in the next couple of months and years, I will be transitioning from a student to an administrator or a lecturer in the university. I'll be having to deal with that problem of the debt when I go there. What do? We need to catch this problem before it gets there.
So, Daktari, when you talk about education in the country, that is a right that every other Kenyan child should be able to access. Now, he talks in terms of the old model, the way it was and the deficits that were there. But then again, we base that argument off the budgets allocated to the ministry and the fact that even the disbursement of these funds that go to universities have all been budgeted for by the government, and by government failing to disburse this money, it is the government itself that is fighting itself. So when you come to where we are right now, what should be done?
I think something is wrong in the ministry, because prioritizing education has not been taken with the seriousness it's supposed to be taken with. And I think everything else has been prioritized to the cost and to the expense of education. As parents, we feel so disgusted that the government that has been chosen by the people is discriminating upon the people who chose upon them. And this is very bad democracy. And I think democracy should start with education. In developed countries, and I don't want to say that we are not developed. Of course, we are not at the level of any other very high developed countries like America and USSR. But I think we should emulate, because we send people to go and benchmark in other countries. I don't know how they've been marked on this, because the benchmarking is not very well attested with us, because our student, our children, as a parent association, have been discriminated upon, especially the parent from the student from the poor. Now, the student from the poor have the right to education, and you find that people who have been prioritized are people from who is who, the political class, people who are well-to-do, And this is a gluttonous way of actually awarding our education system. And also, we think that something should be done better. The government can do better on this. And what I said, I would revert to this. Why don't we identify our poor in bursaries? We identify our poor and see that it's the poor who receive the money when they require to pay it. Especially now the people from very disadvantaged families. And we have mechanisms to know that because we know who is who, and we know where the poor live. We know people from the slums, sometimes they can't afford, and they are not prioritized. And sometimes you find there are people even now who have not joined the universities. They have not joined the universities, not because we don't have these elders, village elders who can identify, because they are also compromised. So I think it's until when education shall be prioritized and made independent and funded first before any other development programs. So I think it's still the government. The buck lies with the government to prioritize education and to make sure that there's no discrimination, and to make sure that, as it is the policy, that this policy is articulated by making sure that everybody access education irrespective of their status.
Michael, do you think that there's an understanding across board about what needs to happen across board from those who practice, those who sit in authority over education circles? Is there an understanding of the processes that need to take place for there to be simulation?
An understanding. And I would like to ask ourselves here today, when we talk about the government, what do we imply? When people refer to the government, they would like to refer to the executive or the presidency. But University of Nairobi is a parastatal of the government. And any officer working in the University of Nairobi is the government by itself. So let me trickle down this conversation to now what is ailing universities without necessarily blanketing everything to the presidency or the parliament or something of that sort, or trying to blame certain individuals. I believe that is why I'm here. Because I am a student leader in the university, I'm also accountable to the public. The first thing that is affecting our universities is leadership capacity. Are the people who are in these universities, do they have the capacity to lead these universities? What is the downfall of Moi University? What is the downfall of Egerton University? Basically, leadership. You'll find that the appointments of the highest people serving in the university, from the VC, DVC, AA, and everything, to director finance and everything, initially, the dons in the university have made it to themselves that the university belongs to the professors. I am, for example, a professor, let's say, in anatomy. How will I be able to lead a state corporation to profitability? I am a don in engineering, perhaps structural engineering. How will I be able to deal with the finances of the university if I am entrusted with the docket of human resource and finance? I am a don in botany or zoology. How will I be able to deal with the human resource structure of the university? And that is why we are calling for professionalization of the running of this institution. So that whenever I have someone who has a CPAK and is dealing with the finances of the university, they will be able to know what is happening. But if a professor comes there and says, I am a professor, and he is from architecture and wants to lead that fact, how will he be able to lead the university? And that is where the first downfall has been. That is why the Council of University of Nairobi has been trying to institutionalize reforms to professionalize the running of the universities. Let me go to issue number 2, which is now the funding. The funding from the government isn't sufficient and everyone is complaining. Our universities, Moi University, University of Nairobi, JKUAT, they have a great asset base to billions of shillings. Why can't we use the assets that we have to generate resources? I'll give you a reason why we are not using them. Because when the Council of the Universities tries to do something with the assets of the university, the dons run everywhere, heckling and saying the council wants to steal university land, they want to lease out this property, yet they haven't done any contribution towards resource mobilization in the university. It's so unfortunate when the dons of the university are just there to draw from the university. But if you ask them, what input are you bringing on to the university? So can we get a clear-cut thing of, if, for example, you came to the university as a teacher, as a professional to teach, can we focus on that line? And then if you're coming to the university as a professional and as an administrator, can we give the administrators of the university to guide in terms of the directions towards sustainability of the university? So there have been manufactured wrangles, for example, in our great university, that, the council is not working, there is wrangles here, there is unrest here, but it's manufactured by a few individuals who are a part of the system in the university, and now external forces who are coming to create chaos. In amidst all these chaos that are happening in university, they thrive. And that is why now, and the people who should be able to clarify this thing, because of the stature of the office they hold, they can't come to SpiceFM to come and elaborate on this issue. Have you ever seen the chair of council anywhere in the media talking about the running of university? Have you ever seen the VC, the current VC, anywhere? But left, right, and center, you'll find some people, specific individuals from unions, a specific union in University of Nairobi, not talking to us about the solutions to this problem, but saying the problem is with Ndu, the problem is with Daktari, the problem is with this. Where are we headed?
But unions, one would argue, is there to represent the issues of their members.
Of their members and not necessarily the students, unless it is a student union.
And
very nice.
And even as we have this conversation, you raised pertinent questions, yes, leadership. But then again, when you talk about leadership of universities, what is the role of the government in making sure that these universities run? Because universities do not operate in its own. The government has a critical role in terms of allocation, disbursement, in making sure that these universities do run. When you talk about dons, and let's talk about the unions. These unions have collective bargaining agreements with the government in terms of their pay, and when that fails to happen is when they start speaking, rightfully so. And when you ask about universities, lecturers are giving back to the university, theirs is to teach. What else do they do other than meet the mandate, which is to teach the students? What else do you want them to do?
What else do I want them to do? I want them to stick in the classrooms and follow up on the missing marks and ensure they have done. But now...
And not raise complaints when their CBAs have not been met.
It's okay. So they have now shifted and wanting to entrench themselves in the administrative side. And that is why the reforms in University of Nairobi that were institutionalized or initiated by Professor Julia Ojambo when she was the chair of council is what has salvaged the situation, because it asked around 200 lecturers who had moved from class to administrative tasks to, hey, can you go back to class so that we can improve the student to faculty member ratio? It's okay for the members of the union, and especially WASU that I'm referring to here, to represent the interest of their members. But when WASU rushes to court to sue council,
who rightfully handles their business,
the question here is, what are you suing them over?
Over.
You're suing them over the administrative functions of council. The council is doing its work, but you're going there to say it's usurping the powers of so and so and so and so. So as we build on this conversation, it's important to know it's whose role to do what and where.
But I think the government has also interfered very much in the choosing of the dons and the VCs, and there's a lot of vested political interest in the choosing and the selection, because I think what you're saying is right. If it went in line with the professionalism, then we could not have any antagonism. But now we find that the government of the day has vested interest in the VC's office. For what reason, I don't understand. Because if the wrangles that were in our university recently, we saw the public domain when the Professor Kiama Gitahi was almost fought by almost everybody, and you can see they also go tribal. They go agri, they go tribal, they don't go professionalism, they don't go educational way. So I think that is where we are losing a mark. The government should stop politicizing the offices of the dons, the offices of the VCs. the university shows the way he is saying. Let us use professionalism. Because if we choose professionalism and we choose an accountant to be the VC, then we know that the accounting of the university will be okay. As he said, if you antagonistically we choose a physiology student to be the VC of the University of Nairobi, and of course they have no knowledge of or no know-how on accounting, let's also get the best candidate to be the VC of an institution in Kenya, and this will put everything right, because you will not be.
You seem to think that if you have the right people at the head, that all of these issues that people are focusing on right now that are bringing problems will be sorted. If you had the right VC at the University of Nairobi, would we still, or any other university for that matter, would we then not have a funding model problem?
You have said it's not
is
about.
That the case? Because before we go to the break, I just want us to tackle that.
It's not about.
Is it the person who sits at the helm who insists then and makes sure that these other problems that are being faced by the system today will be sorted out?
It's not even about the helm alone, but the overall of the whole system, from the VC, DVC, AA, the Chief Operations Officer, Director Finance, Director handling the students' hostel and everything. Professionalism. And then when you talk about the interference of the government, let's not make it a movers blanket. For example, the running of the affairs of University of Nairobi. The council does its work, and then the Ministry of Education, that is the CS, issues a revocation letter to his appointment. Why should you chase someone who is bringing reforms in the university? Anytime when something right is about to be done, you chase the council. Is the problem the council? You've chased them around 15 times. In a span of from 2020 to 2025, we've had 3. Professor Julia Ojambo, Professor Were, then Professor Anangwe. So there are some people in government. I want to start with the Ministry of Education because they issued the revocation letter and the courts have issued stay orders for Professor Anangwe to come back. There are other forces in the government and also in the parliament. You find that the parliament comes to University of Nairobi, says that the education committee is coming to sit in the chambers of University of Nairobi to look into this problem which is happening in University of Nairobi. But at the end of the day, there isn't any amicable solution that they come up with. Are they coming to sit for their per diems? That is what I'm starting to think about. What interest do they have say that they cannot provide solutions to these things? As I sit here, I've gone through the documents and I'm starting to think this is the right way to go. But they would not want us to go on the right way because in this chaos, they do thrive. And we must talk, because the chair of council will not come and talk here because you'll say he's defending himself.
Okay.
The VC will not come and talk because you'll say he's defending himself. But we as the major stakeholders, as the students, we need to canvass these things. Then someone who feels that Michael Soy is saying something that is out of the Universities Act of 2012 of University of Nairobi Charter, let him come to this show and we flip page by page
and see what it actually
is the responsibility. But when Dr. Maloba Wekesa was here last year, he talked about the composition of the council. That is not where the problem is.
Okay, well, let's take a break at this point and come and now look into where the problem is. We keep talking about having a solution-oriented conversation. I think it is absolutely necessary because we can lament about issues. However, in order to find a solution, you have to look at the problem. And so let's come and look at a little bit more about what that is. And then fix that to some of the things that we're seeing playing out in the public today. Michael Soy is the University of Nairobi Students Association Head of Public Service, and Dr. Maina Wagaidore is the Secretary General of the Parents Association of Kiambu County. We're having a conversation this morning about what's ailing our universities in an education crisis. It's 23 minutes to 10. Don't go. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice Up Your Life. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions and still some rain showers in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 16. It's 19 and sunny in Nakuru and 20 and sunny conditions into Nyeri. At 20, Eldoret is sunny and Mombasa is partly sunny at 29, while Malindi at 29 is sunny. 25 and sunny into Kisumu, while at 23, Kakamega is partly sunny. 21 and heavy rain in Kampala, while it's mostly sunny at 28 into Dar es Salaam. It's 19 and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 30 is sunny and Addis Ababa at 18 is mostly cloudy. 27 and partly sunny into Lagos, while at 25 it's cloudy into Kinshasa. 12 degrees and sunny in Beijing, with 5 and cloudy in Paris, and 7 and cloudy in London, with 3 degrees and clear in New York.
Spice Up Your Life.
Looks like we're done and dusted with traffic hour this morning. Most of the traffic that we saw early morning holding anybody up seems to have dissipated, except for that just a little bit on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Survey out towards Muranga Road on one side and Wangari Maathai on the other. Apart from that, you'll be able to get onto the streets, not a problem. There is some traffic though, Mombasa Road as you get towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout and then out towards Uhuru Highway. But through the morning, talk to us, Spice FM KE on X.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 21 minutes to the top of the hour, having this education conversation this morning with Michael Soy, who is the University of Nairobi Student Association Head of Public Service, and Dr. Maina Gaithori is the Secretary General of the Parents Association in Kiambu County. And so when we're looking at what's ailing our universities, so if we don't look at the problem, we can't get the solution, right? And so we're saying that it doesn't matter if you give a fantastic solution on the outside, whether you have a great funding model, whether you have folded help to join something else with the university's fund. If you don't have the correct structures in place at the university level, whether it's University of Nairobi, whether it's More University, whether it is a private university, we're saying that if you don't have the correct structures in place, whatever you bring
will
not help.
Exactly.
So where is the problem in the structure?
The problem, when you talk about the structure of the university, we have the council at the topmost, at the apex. Mm-hmm. Then we have the Senate. Let me talk about those two. The council is the one responsible for the managing of the university, and they should give directions of how things should go. When council gives direction on how things should be done in the university, the people and the cartels who are entrenched in the system feel rattled, and then they now go on a spree of revocation or removal of the members of the council.
Why would you say
and the
that?
chair. A very good example is what happened in University of Nairobi, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. 5 people who are now in EACC, they have run dry the coffers of that faculty. That is Dominic Murage.
No, don't mention names.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's in public domain, but I stand guided not to mention. Mm-hmm. But they have stolen from the university, and they are
Allegedly.
in EACC. Allegedly. Mm-hmm. And the chair of council now comes in and says that we are not, you are supposed to go and leave so that we can investigate you, and then appoints other people. The powers of employment in the university lies with the Council of University of Nairobi. But now, the VC and the professors come shouting that the chair of council is usurping the powers of the VC. So if we don't deal with people who are stealing from university to tunes of millions of shillings, where are we going to be as a university? The other thing will be now, the people who are making noise all around, they are parties to these. One of the people who've been alleged to have stolen is a treasurer in the body that is defending the welfare. So by defending the welfare of our members, do we defend someone who's stolen from the little coffers of the university? Where will we be headed to? Can we let the council and the leadership of the university do its work? And then now, when these people are asked to justify their actions, they now run to parliament, they run to the ministry and mobilize for the removal of the person who is following up on the right thing to be done in the university. Can we let each and every person do their work? And if anyone is usurping whose power, we have avenues to be able to address that. So I cannot say that my brother here, Daktari, is usurping my powers, and then I will chase him away before I give him a listening ear. I will tend to ask myself, why was it so quick for the removal of this gentleman from the office that he holds? Then later on, I become vindicated when the court says, hey, what you've done is wrong. He needs to be back, and he's back in office. And the appeal that now we'll be calling and asking is, can we let the council do its work? When it does its work in the right manner, the universities will have a particular direction and it will be moving in the right trajectory. Yes.
Doctor, what are the problems in universities as we speak today?
Basically, as I maintain they are political. And what I would like to say is that he speaks with insight, but from the outside, we see the another hand. We see the third eye and another hand. The third hand instigating and forcing universities, dons, and universities leadership in a certain direction. Finances cannot be ruled aside, because it's a country where everybody want to amass money for themselves, apart from myself, and you find that they don't know. I remember in one of it's amazing. It is also true that when sister died, he said that his hands would have been moved outside the coffin to ascertain to everybody that nobody takes anything when they go away from this world. In very good countries, universities are run by the universities themselves. There's no political hard, and that's the way it's supposed to be. These are educationists, and let educationists learn the universities, let professionals learn the universities, and then these problems will cease once and forever. But as long as the political elite are always putting a hard, and they are trying to maneuver the leadership of the university, we shall not have our education light, and we shall always have our academic institutions listed low in the world over a list of academicians. And I think sometimes you find out that even our neighboring countries don't want to employ somebody from Kenya because of the languages that are brought in by the political elite. So I think the current difficulties in leadership in our universities are instigated by our political elite. They are instigated by the Minister of Education, and the universities should be let to be an authority. If the universities are an authority on its own, then we can question them from outside, and then they should be every person should be allowed to castigate on the university. Why are you going wrong? Because this is your money. And then the government, if they on the bursaries, the money that they give the capitation to the university should be given on the right time, so that the bursaries that are supposed to be awarded by the Minister of Education to go right to the poor people should be given to the poor. And I think if we do that, then our education is going to be right, our universities are going to thrive, and we are going to all to be happy all the way to our economic advancement, because we shall have the right people, the right workforce. And then again, also in the intake of the university, we should be right. We should do the right things at the right time.
What role, and I think this is for both of you, what role do you think that the Ministry of Education, which essentially is the vanguard of a lot of these institutions that we see playing out, what role do they play in making sure that there's a proper running of these institutions at that level?
As at now, they haven't done their role, because what we have seen is interference with the way things are being run in the university. The other thing about now the resources, which is main thing in the university, or the funding, we need to look for alternative sources of income for the university. And once we cried to the government's idea, the government says that we're bringing on board a chancellor who has a global reach, who can be able to attract partners to the university and do a good resource mobilization. When the chancellor came in, that is Professor Patrick Bwakire, he started by doing town halls and engagements with the stakeholders, that is the students. He did a number of 11 town halls in the 11 faculties, then met the members of the unions in the university and the staff. After meeting them, he drafted with the council a 24-month transformational agenda, 8-point agenda, which was adopted by the cabinet, and that is the government. So the government adopts, and this is something that is going to help the university, but the next moment someone runs to court again to stop the same thing that we've been crying for to help us as a university. So on one hand, we're saying, government, kindly help us. When the government comes on this hand, they say, no, we never wanted you to come in this particular manner. So most of the people in the university are speaking from double speak space. The other thing is, they say there is rankles in the University of Nairobi, and all positions are in acting capacity. When the Council and Public Service Commission advertises the positions so that they can be filled substantively, they also come back again and say, oh, no, the problem is you haven't done it correctly, and let it still continue being done in the same manner that it has been. So one hand, you don't want acting capacity. On the other hand, you don't want the position to be filled substantively. So where do you stand?
Which brings the question: when you talk about the appointment of chancellors to these universities,
yes,
the exercise of appointment, should it be done without consultation of key stakeholders? And with this, I mean the dons, the councils. Talk about the Senate. Should it be done with consultation with the stakeholders who have been there, who understand the university, and who equally are playing their role in ensuring that the universities are run right? And I think I'll bring that to the Daktari, because it's mentioned something to do with political interference. Because today, you remember Professor Ayiro from University of Eldoret, how he was frog marched from the office by politicians out of that, because for some weird reason, he was considered not to be one of them. Tribalism, politics, playing into appointment and people who hold these offices. Now, when it comes to appointment of VCs and people who run these universities, should this be a consultative effort with the dons together with the Senate and the Council in making sure that universities are run right? Or should it just be left in the open?
In fact, even it should be put in the public domain, and there should be a public participation, because we also know them. We know where they come from. We know where the dons come from. But we should stop activising and tribalising the university selection of dons. And we know why people are selected from this region. And we know who has the hand in that. It's the political gerrymandering and the political maneuvers, the political circus in this country. And we know who is benefits finally with the funds that is collected from the poor, from the university. We know. And we with a lot of authority, we say that it should revert back to the communities, it should revert back to the society, and our constitution is very clear how this should be chosen. There should be no political interest. But as long as this country is maneuvered and controlled by the political right, we shall not head anywhere in education. So I think it is important that now we revert back to professionalism, we revert back to seeing that the right person is put in place, and of course their tenure is respected. Is respected, because you find that as he says that rightly, that they are moved. This council is moved because it's not answerable to, or it is not singing the political tune of this time. And so I find it so difficult to say that we have universities that could deliver. And that's why you see, if you go to the listing of honor in the whole world, you find our universities lag behind, and you attest to that. They lag behind. Why? Because professionalism is not followed. value addition to persons who are elected is not put in place. So you find out that who gets the receiving it? It is us, the parents. But by the end, it is our student that we are investing in the universities. It is us who gets drained. It is us who, finally, this student come back to us jobless because value has not been added in their education, and so they cannot compete in the job market competitively. So I think politics should be put aside, and the right procedures is that a public participation before a don is elected in the universities should be followed. Then the due course, and then because we should be selfless.
Sure.
And the selfless people are the people who make the universities become very valuable and competitive.
When we have education conversations in this room, oftentimes we think about, the things that we see from a policy level. And when we say policy, we're talking at government. So those are the things that we often talk about. We say, whether we're looking at lower levels of education, and we talk about capitation, and we whinge about that a lot. And then we talk about, the fact that the quality of education having dropped, we whinge about that a lot. And we say, well, the ministry has a lot of work to do. And then we talk about, things like education officers that should be around the country making sure that things are actually in place. We whinge a lot. And then we place firmly the blame, squarely, at the policymakers, which, yes, is ministry. And we talk about the fact that, yes, you have proper development, you have proper curriculum development, you have that. That happens because we know curriculum development is not just for lower levels education. It goes across board. And we say, yeah, that's done very well. But we often ignore what we are bringing up this morning. That inward structures seem to have a rot. That no matter what you do at the policy level, that if the rot at the inward structure is allowed to continue in the manner in which you explain it to, then we can be crying for policy to change or to get better. But if the inward part of it is not dealt with, we can be here for years.
Add on what you're saying either. And that is why when my friend is questioning about the selection of these people, I will tell you, and if you ask any member of the Senate in University of Nairobi, the appointment of Professor Patrick Bwakire, it went through the entire process, and these don't were part of it because they sit in the Senate. And that is why I actively advocated for the removal of the previous VC in University of Nairobi, and it brought some certain sanity in the university. And now what is happening in Faculty of Business with the looting, these are cronies of the former vice chancellor. So we started from the head and we are now descending to each and every part, because in University of Nairobi I can go into the procurement office and know how things are. I can converse with a member of staff in confidence and tell me what is happening. So right now we, as the students of University of Nairobi, we aren't crying to the government anymore, but we are taking now this to our hands. And then the way, if we find that you are incompetent, I promise them that we will come for you and we'll tell you kindly leave so that the investigation can be done.
Yeah.
In terms of policy, the act is very clear. The charter is very clear. The statutes of the university, they are very clear on whose role it is to do what. But it's now the person who is seated in that office. And the way my brother has said, the influence from the political elites. And this time around, we're not blanketing to see that is the political elites alone. It's a specific person who is making the phone calls to university or emails and so to curtail the process. So we'll not be doing the government thing. We'll be saying it's her who is making or messing up with the system, and we're telling you, we're giving you a last warning. Kindly leave the university and do the thing that you are supposed to do, because that will be the direction to go. And we'll not be coming here up and again trying to review, was the process followed? If, for example, I give someone to be the chair of council and he knows what needs to be done according to the act, he will promote the don if they have made the requirements. But if you say that we need a professor or a what to be the chancellor of university or the VC, yet did not have the capacity. Look at the corporation, for example, KCP Group. Who is the former MD of KCB?
Joshua Igaro.
Is he a professor?
No.
Is he a doctor?
He's a money man.
money man. But he has been able to run the corporation to profitability. Do you want to tell me if that man is given to run University of Nairobi, he cannot steer it to the next level? But now you want to buy him by saying, no, we want a professor who supervises this and this and this. So it's a time we look at this conversation and decide this is the best way to go without now saying university ni yetu. It's for us as professors. In the next couple of years, I will be there in that professorship. Will I be one to say now, this is mine alone and want to run it, yet I do not have the capacity to lead it? And I am not bringing anything on the table for the university. I'm just drawing from it. I want to move from class to the administrative side so that I can add more allowances. Is that the direction we want to go? Definitely no. And the moment we raise these questions and people now start talking, because the moment the chair of council talks in this particular manner I'm talking, or the VC, it will be like, you don't want to give the money to the lecturers. You want to do it by yourself alone.
What should we be looking to? Because, our time is coming to a head, but what... It just seems like there's so much, but what should we, briefly from both of you, what should we be looking to say that we can actually we looked at what the problem is, what should the solutions be?
We should prioritize education because education has not been prioritized in this country. And I don't know where our political leaders went through. I don't know whether they are being blind on how the university used to be during the previous administrations. But I want to also say very, very authoritatively that there's no administration in this country that never encroached into the leadership of the universities because of the power, the money that's needed, and the numbers. Students have been used previously to fall in a certain political lineage, and it's clear. And we always have found that leaders of the student union or leaders of the student union have always gone in a certain direction politically. I don't want to mention names, but you find that this is and also the students should not be politicized. I of course I know my brother is almost my son, and he might not have enough money. But we until when we find that money does not lead. Money is good, but money is when it used to coerce you, then you become corrupt. And the corruption begins with leadership of the student from the beginning, because you started getting handouts. So I should also try to tell the student, let's not get handout. Let us always get focused, because one time we shall find ourselves in the same quagmire if we don't
change it now.
Change now.
And for you, quickly, Michael?
Let the dons of the university do the work that they signed up for in the university. Professionalism in each and every sector is key. Just one last thing. We have elections coming up in the University of Nairobi very soon. They have been stopped by the courts because the so-called dons aren't doing the right thing.
So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. That's very clear.
A lot of work.
And the solutions are not going to be whittled down to 1 hour, but we're thanking you so much for making those insights clear to us today. Dr. Maina Wagaithoro is the Secretary General of Parents Association in Kiambu County, and the University of Nairobi Student Association Head of Public Services, Michael Soy. They've been here with us this morning looking at this crisis in education and what's ailing universities. These conversations must continue. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, the Situation Room. We'll meet again tomorrow, God willing, at 6. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.